Council, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. For the record, it is October 14th, 2025 at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton. Councilman Whitlock. Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented for the mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go into department commission reports. First item up is item 26, which is the roasting of Lieutenant Jeff Brown for recognition of Lieutenant Jeff Brown for 25 years of service. Council, I'm going to recognize Chief Bastard Achea, who's joining us remotely as we kick off this item. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Wish I was there because this is a very big deal for us as a department, and really on a personal note, very important to me. Jeff is what I would say is the epitome of a professional when it comes to police work and when it comes to his dedication to the city and his dedication to his peers. He is somebody that has always led from the front, always has the best interest of those around him in mind. And this will embarrass him a little bit, but he's kind of the type of guy you'd want your daughter to marry. He's a great dad and a great husband, which is even more important. And it's really hard to put in words truly how dedicated he is to the city. And he's an employee that believes in the city and believes in doing things the Meridian way, believes in the way that we police, the way that we expect our officers to treat people. He really gets it. And so I'm very, very proud to recognize him for his 25 years with the city and make him stand up and be embarrassed a little bit here today.
Thank you, Chief, very much for those words. Beryl, he's going to come up as well. And I want to turn this over to maybe Councilman Overton, I'm sure, for a few comments. So you can come up and be in front while he makes his comments as well. But
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I was just checking to see if he was armed before I say this. You know, Jeff Brown is one of those people that he's literally not just been the poster child for Meridian PD, but he's been that way through his entire career. I remember him when he came on, and he was too happy. In fact, I think we even told him sometimes when he was starting, he just had too big of a smile and he just seemed too happy as he was doing the job. And we came to realize that it wasn't just his personality, but he was just so happy to be here and be part of that family. And I couldn't be more proud to see him today after this many years, to still be there, to still be smiling, because you've got that same smile on your face right now. And it just warms my heart to see you hit the 25-year mark and to keep going for another 10. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, I'll turn it over. Oh, Councilman Cavanagh.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was going to let presentation commence. I've got plenty to say, but I think let's recognize the man of the hour instead.
All right.
Nope, let me try the other. I want to upset Dean. Let's get.
Okay. So again, I literally had to order Jeff to be here today. He does not like the spotlight at all. He is a quiet, humble leader, and he's always been that way. A few details about his career. I'll keep it brief again at Jeff's request, but you know, he's been a field training officer, a patrol corporal, a canine handler, a drug recognition expert, patrol sergeant, CID sergeant. He's been a lieutenant in both patrol and CID, or patrol, and then is now in our OPS division, which does hiring and, you know, all those kinds of things. His biggest challenge in his entire career was being my field training officer. And somehow he made it through that. So he is absolutely, like the chief said, he's a pillar in our department. And the day he retires, we will lose something that cannot be replaced. So. And I don't know if we want to take pictures. You want to say anything? We got to get pictures with this. Okay. I have lots of swag for you, Jeff. And the last thing I'm supposed to say is there's cake in the lobby.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant, thank you for 25 years with the city and council. We appreciate you allowing us to continue to recognize these employees here. And as was mentioned, there is cake in the lobby. So the quicker we get through the next item, the more quicker we can all enjoy the cake. But those that showed up, it's great to see some old friends back to recognize milestones of current friends and family. So thank you, Captain, for being here. Okay. With that, we will move on to item 27, which is Employee Benefits Plan Trust Financial Status and Funding Discussion. Christina's going to take the mic initially.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
before
McCaver.
we jump in, just a couple of quick comments and conversations for the council. Council, I don't think it's any surprise that you know that my wife works for an insurance company, Regents of Idaho. However, through the course of our conversation with the trust over the summer and into the fall, I've met with the legal department to discuss this. As it's contemplated by by a state statute, I did request an opinion from the Meridian Legal Department regarding whether it would present a conflict of interest for me to participate in the city council discussions related to the trust, given that a member of my household works for Regents. I met with legal over the course of the summer and concluded a conversation on October 10th, 2025, where it was confirmed that Adrian's job is title of Director of Public Affairs and Government Relations, and her tasks include representing Regents primarily on state issues and lobbying at the state level on public policy priorities on behalf of Regents and their industry. Her tasks do not include soliciting business from local government agencies, responding to requests for proposals on behalf of Regents, or making decisions regarding whether to pursue new accounts or which new accounts to pursue. Adrian's role at Regents does not put her in a position to vote or otherwise influence any decision to bid or to accept a bid on any particular account. Adrian has a fixed salary. She does not receive commissions, salary increases, or bonuses when Regents obtains new accounts. In reviewing Idaho and Meridian Code, though, the City Legal Department has identified that most of our discussions on the trust pose no conflict. However, there are some rare instances where a possible conflict or a perceived conflict could exist. I plan to make a disclosure similar to this each time our trust or benefits plan is discussed, and would encourage the council to talk to me or ask me to recuse myself at any point if you believe my attendance or participation could create an issue of concern for the council. I'm happy to answer any questions from the council now, or if you'd like me to recuse myself from this conversation moving forward, I'm happy to take that direction as well.
Council, any comments, questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
Mr. President, I am perfectly comfortable with you participating. I think it's the more voices, the better. At this point, I think if we ever do go out for bid and Regents is part of the bid process, at that point, we may need to have a different discussion.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Roberts, I appreciate that feedback.
All right. Seeing nothing else, Christina, I'll turn it over to you for initial turning over.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, Council. I have Scott from Gallagher here. He's going to do the presentation on behalf of the trust. I'm going to stand here, though, so that I can answer any questions when he completes the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, thanks for having us here. Probably recall we were here a few months ago talking about the funding status of the trust as of the end of the first quarter of 2025. At the end of Q1 2025, the trust was running at a deficit of $418,976. The Board of Trustees came before the council at that time asking for a funding request to cover that deficit and the projected deficit for the remainder of the year. Total request at that time was $1.14 million. At that time, council approved a funding increase in the amount of $550,075. And at that time requested that we come back with updates as the year progressed. At the time, we also did have some discussions about the carrier partners of the trust and the contract status of those partners. Talked about being in a rate guarantee with Blue Cross of Idaho through 2026. So possibility of evaluating new partners next year. Now we have our Department of Insurance filing filed for the second quarter. So with an update through the end of the second quarter, as of June 2025, the deficit is up to $733,063. The $550,000 that was approved by council previously was credited in July, so it is not reflected in that $733,000 deficit. It will be reflected on the Q3 financials. So that will reduce that $733,000 deficit, but not eliminate it. The reason that the trust continues to run at a deficit is simply that the claims costs have been running significantly higher than anticipated this year. The timing of our actuarial analysis of the funding rates, that happens in August, September of the year prior. So in August and September of 2024, our actuaries were reviewing claims experience in the trust. The way they do that is looking back at the prior 24 months and using that 2 years of experience to project forward, including some inflation for medical trend. The claims experience kind of turned for the worse around November. So it was after the rates had been filed with the Department of Insurance for 2025, the experience turned, and it has stayed high since about last November. Large claims, so claimants with claims exceeding $100,000 is the primary reason that the claims experience is running higher than expected. Just to give you a little bit of context there, so far through 2025, our number of large claims is up by 31% compared to the same period in 2024. The cost of those large claims is up 51% relative to that same period in 2024. Cancer is the leading diagnosis of those large claimants. In the last 18 months, we have had about $2.4 million in claims attributed to cancer diagnosis. So far in 2025, so these are numbers through August of 2025, we have, as a trust, we've spent more on cancer than we spent the entire year of 2024. All of the other conditions are running about the same. It really is those cancer claims that are driving costs in this last plan year. So the deficit I mentioned earlier is as of the second quarter. As of the end of September, the third quarter has ended. We're still waiting for September reporting to come through from Blue Cross. But we know from the weekly claims invoices that we have and the reporting that's been completed for July and August that trend of claims exceeding the funding has continued through the third quarter. This experience report highlights that as of the end of August, the loss ratio of the plan, or the ratio of claims and administrative costs compared to the funding, is 116.55%, meaning that the claims and administrative costs have exceeded the funding so far this year by just over 16.5%. We don't anticipate that will change through the fourth quarter. And the rates that we have filed with the Department of Insurance for 2026 are 17% higher than the rates that we are currently funding. Just as a note as well, as we get later into the year, that's typically when we see utilization at its highest, as people have met their deductibles and maybe looking to get things done before deductibles reset again in January. For the 2026 plan year, the trust did approve some benefit changes to mitigate the cost increase. We are increasing the maximum out of pocket on the medical plan from $2,250 per individual to $2,500 per individual. That's $4,500 to $5,000 for people with family coverage. That benefit change is worth about 1%, so mitigated a little bit of the cost increase. Again, the rate increase that we filed with the department was 17% on medical, 11.2% on dental, and no change to the vision rates. With that funding increase and the benefit changes, our actuarial projections are that the claims costs we expect to be covered adequately in 2026. It's never an exact science, as we see this year. Things can turn quickly. However, we've seen consistent enough numbers in the last 10 months to expect that they'll continue at the rate that they are. And of course, the goal of the trust is to have the funding adequately carry the cost of the plan. So with that increase, that is the funding increase that will happen for next year, just to reiterate, the desired state is that that will adequately fund the trust along with any payroll contributions from employees, so that we won't have to be here making additional funding requests. And also there are plans to, with cancer being the leading driver of claims cost, we evaluated a couple of cancer solutions this last year that will help provide some increased resources to people who are dealing with that diagnosis, help direct them to centers that can better treat their condition at a better value as well. And so adding that plan is not something that we did for 2026, but it's the funding increase. The trust feels that funding increase next year will allow them to further explore additional programs such as the cancer program that I just mentioned. Every year when we do our actuarial projections, the intent is to set a number that adequately funds the trust, not one that provides a bunch of extra cushion necessarily, but one that adequately funds the trust. In a year like we've had this year, if we're funding to just what we think it will need, if claims turn like they did this year, that does put us quickly into a deficit position. But that the intent when the trust was first started was to build up a reserve to help protect against times like this, and also to fund for some future benefit initiatives around post-employment, things like that. The Department of Insurance actually requires the trust to maintain the equivalent of 3 months of contribution as a surplus. And the Idaho Administrative Procedure Act, section 18.0405.026 states that if determination of surplus reveals a deficiency, the director may allow the plan up to 90 days to accumulate the prescribed surplus. Otherwise, there can be consequences such as deeming the plan insolvent. So that's why we're here in the current deficit position. The Department of Insurance does require us to add to the surplus in order to be adequately funded. So the request from the trust, again, the deficit as of the end of Q2 is $733,000. We do have the credit of $550,000 from the previous funding request that will be applied in July. With what we know of the Q3 experience, we anticipate a deficit of an additional $411,000 in Q3. If the trends continue the way that they have for the remainder of the year, we anticipate a deficit of an additional $343,000 in Q4. So our ask is funding that would get us through the rest of the year. That totals $937,926, which with the $550 from earlier in the year comes to a total of $1.488 million. So that is what I have. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Council, any questions for Scott, Christina,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts?
Mr. Mayor, Scott and Christina, with the actuary data, how does our data compared to if we had just stayed outsourcing? Is there a way to tell the difference between their data versus our data? Because I think we originally did this thinking that we had a healthy population, it would save money and we'd be able to obtain our other goals. And instead, we're seeing the reverse.
Yeah. So had we stayed fully insured or outsourced, the claims experience that we're having would have happened that way as well. When you're fully insured, of course, you pay a level amount every month throughout the year. And then the funding adjustments happen only at renewal time. Whether you're fully insured or self-insured, an employer of your size ends up paying your way regardless of the funding method. So the timing is really the big difference. The other advantage that you always have when you're self-insured versus fully insured from a financial perspective is there's some margin that an insurance company builds into their fully insured rates, some taxes and fees that are built into a fully insured rate that are either eliminated or reduced when you're self-insured. So over the long term, self-insurance does remain the lower cost alternative. It does have volatility month to month, quarter to quarter that fully insured doesn't have.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I like to say you pay it coming or going. You know, pay it now or pay it later.
That's right.
For the cost of what we receive.
And Council, I'll just add to that, the flexibility that we have with self-insured, the ability to add on these prevention programs when we start to see trends is not something that you get when you're fully insured.
Councilman Cameron.
Thanks. Scott, this 31% increase in claims, recognize nobody's got a good crystal ball, so no big deal on that. How many people does that represent, that 31% increase?
I don't have that off the top.
Ballpark?
So I know I looked at the number of cancer claimants before I came here, and that was 7. My guess ballpark is that we're talking overall 25 or 30 people. And we can verify that, but.
Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. I think my first question is, when you were discussing how to adjust the out-of-pocket maximum for individuals and families, did you consider increasing it above what you had? I mean, I'm sure you ran some of the numbers and you settled on this as being the appropriate amount. Give me a sense that, do you feel like that's one of the better ways to sort of address this financially, is through having essentially the employees pay a little bit more? Just kind of walk me through that thinking a little bit.
Yeah, so generally the levers that we have when we're looking at saving costs on a self-insured plan, a lot of the levers are cost shifting, whether that happens through benefit design, so increasing deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket limits, or through contribution, asking employees to pay more out of their paycheck to participate in the coverage. There are some other programs that are intended to just reduce the overall cost of care, which is really ideal, rather than just shifting it to actually lower the cost. Some of those are similar to the cancer program that I mentioned before. We did evaluate deductible changes, higher changes to out-of-pocket limits, and the trusts settled on the relatively small out-of-pocket change that I mentioned.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
I just want to ask about the, when you were talking about the cancer, you mentioned a few sort of looked like new resources or ways to try to go at that increase. Are those just resources we're making our employees aware of? Is it something that the trust will be paying for? And a sort of a follow-on is this normal for the trust to say, well, let's find this way to treat it? Or should that come through the actual, I mean, from Blue Cross? I'm just trying to kind of understand where that should fall.
Yeah, so the particular program that I mentioned is one that the trust would pay for through a third party. Blue Cross also does offer, and any carrier offers care management programs that are intended to help with those conditions. What we typically see is, because an insurance carrier they have to think about managing everything, that when you're looking at managing a particular condition, that oftentimes a third party that specializes in that will do a better job. It's just a matter of balancing both the cost of adding a program and the complexity of adding a program to determine whether it's the right direction to outsource that or to bundle it with the carrier.
Councilman Whitlock.
Is it on now? There it goes. Okay. New microphone. Cancer stinks all the way around, no matter how you look at it. But as I was looking at one of the previous slides, it indicated that pharmaceuticals, I think, had gone up just 0.83%. Given that cancer is heavily reliant on pharmaceuticals, how reconcile that in my mind for me?
Yeah, so the pharmacy or prescription numbers that you see on the reporting are retail pharmacy claims. There are, especially with cancer, there are significant drug costs that run through the medical plan, so they don't show as pharmacy claims on the reporting. They show as medical claims. But certainly there are significant drug costs for anybody that's going through a cancer treatment.
Councilman Caver.
Got a couple of quick follow-ups. One, I don't know if you or the trust or HR put together the memo. That's very, very helpful. I appreciate that. As I understand, you're a vendor for the trust. correct? Okay. So these changes in terms of increasing, we're asking employees if they're adding somebody outside of them. Is that a recommendation that comes from you? The suggestion of this third-party organization that helps with folks that are on cancer, is that a recommendation that comes from you to the trust? How does that work? And maybe give this council a little flavor about what your role is in working with the trust.
Yeah, so our role is as a consultant to the trust. Generally, the way that those, like if we use the cancer program specifically, as we're meeting with the trust, reviewing claims experience, we'll point out that cancer is driving cost. The trust will instruct us to find some options to help mitigate that cost. We'll go find those programs, present them to the trust, and make a recommendation that is sometimes accepted and sometimes not, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
So we're talking about a health trust. We're talking about the insurance that we self-insure all of our city employees and their families. Sometimes things we get too caught up in the numbers and we forget the people. And I just want to make sure we take a second and remember that behind every one of these numbers you're talking about is we've got families out there that are hurting very badly. And because we have such an insurance plan, we're able to help take care of those families and keep them whole. Would you say that the trust is still the right choice for our city going forward compared to having a full service, going back to how we had it before the trust started?
Absolutely. 100% without a doubt. This is the best path for us. And in large part, to your point, the families and the people that are impacted by these, the trust gives us the ability to provide them additional resources, to modify our benefits, to address those trends and those things that they're dealing with. Fully insured plan does not.
Council, any additional questions, comments? Yeah, I'm just gonna add, I don't talk to a lot of employees about their healthcare challenges and situations, but unfortunately, I feel like I know half of the people personally who cancer has hit their family this year, which, quite frankly, I was surprised when the number was so low because I already know so many through that context. And it just, makes me realize, if 7 families can be impacted by this out of the over 600 that we have with the city, I mean, sometimes we're touching just the tip of the iceberg and we don't know what's out there or what might come down the road. And that, that's a challenge. These are financial challenges one way or the other, but as I said, we don't pay for this for free. I think that, the one thing I'll just say to council is, if these are concerns, then we need to start having those as we head into this next year's budget year. If we need to have the trust look at these decisions in a different way from here's how much we feel comfortable that we can do or can't do. So they have better clarification on how to make adjustments for deductibles or types of coverage or those type of things. I just encourage council to start thinking about that, because if not, this can happen in bad years.
Yeah.
And then we might go 3 years where you never see them except for during the budget year because things are going well. But it can be hard when these conversations have to come forward and nobody likes them. There are people behind it, but it's still, they would like to be right 100% of the time on their projections. And so it's only during the budget year. But there are ways we can look at this long term if we feel the need is there. But I'm not asking for feedback now. I'm just throwing that out there for you all to be thinking about over the next 6 months before we get to next March and April and we start figuring out what our budget looks like for the trust for the following year.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I appreciate you saying that. And certainly right, when we are in budget season, we are really laser focused on dollars and cents, but it's important to me that we aren't rushing to the cheapest alternative for our employees, right? Not on a cancer diagnosis, not on anything. And so to me, it is important, we've had more conversations from the trust this year than we've had in the totality of the trust existence combined. And so it's hard for us to grasp when we're not hearing updates, we're not getting information. So I take that this presentation is a step in the right direction to help us understand what makes up the dollar amount. We're understanding what the utilization is, and we're making sure that we're reinforcing. I don't hear anybody saying, let's run to the cheapest alternative that we can find, trying to save as much money as possible. We're always mindful of the budget, but we got to take care of our employees and their families. And that to me is always going to be top of mind. Which kind of begs one additional question. When you guys were here last time, there was a situation that was shared by one of our council members about one of our employees is having a real issue getting some resolution on a claim. I don't know the employee. I don't know the history. I want to make sure that that issue was resolved. Okay.
Yes, it's my understanding that issue was resolved.
Great.
I think the concern more was about the time it took to get it resolved. And so we'll continue to work with our partners to make sure that that timeframe is reduced.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can follow up,
Yes,
is that something the trust has then discussed, is what steps the trust is taking or our vendors are taking to ensure that our employees aren't waiting and waiting and waiting to get an answer on these claims?
Not necessarily, because our focus has been on funding the deficit, but I think one of the things that's going to be important for the trust to discuss, and we actually have a meeting tomorrow, so I'll likely bring this up, is the communication to our employees that they have access to the trust. The trust is a public meeting. If anyone ever has any concerns, they can disclose it to the trust to consider whether they want to do that at a trust meeting or confidentially, and just maybe exploring ways to communicate to the employees how they can access the trust.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, we can.
Christina, I applaud you. I think there is a big disconnect between the trust as a board and our employees as well as the council. So I think you taking proper steps to be in front of us more and give us more updates. I applaud you doing the same for our employees. You guys are a critical junction point for our employees, and we've got to be proactive and really lean into that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I'm just trying to recollect some of the prior conversations, and I recall our finance department, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think their budget assumption is that health insurance would increase about 8% a year. We didn't have an increase last year, and then we're talking about a 17% increase here. So I'm just wondering, reading the headlines, the Department of Insurance said plans on the exchange are probably going to increase 10 to 11%. I'm wondering if our budget assumptions and the trust needs to maybe factor in a higher budget assumption on the front end moving forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Campbell.
maybe our folks from the trust can confirm, as I understand, I mean, that was a big frustration of mine, is that there was an increase. They just used reserves from the trust to pay for that. So what was communicated to us, no increase, there really was. And so I would be concerned as well as that double dip. Kind of, there wasn't, but now we're going to be hit twice. We did have an increase last year. We should still expect an increase this year, but I guess I'm not as concerned that it will be as large as it would have been had, quote unquote, an increase not occurred last year.
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I'm just reacting to headlines in the last week. You know, we've had this discussion over the course of a couple of months, but out in the rest of the world, we're looking at 10 and 11% increases. And so as we begin to plan for next budget cycle and look ahead, I think finance probably ought to come up with a different budget assumption.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
this is a little bit of an elementary question, but when you talk about your different quarters, are you on the same fiscal year as the city? Or are you on a calendar year? So your fourth quarter would be October, November, December. So we won't know until January, February of 26, where we were with the projections from quarter four. You're projecting about 343,000 deficit. That could go up, that could go down, but we won't know till February.
Correct.
So then I guess the question I have, maybe operationally, when we have that, is that something that we make up for with the next year's budget request and timing, or do we come back with a budget amendment? I'd like to understand how we need to pay for that deficit in terms of that. Is that something we do through budget amendments a couple of times? Are we going to do some now? We're going to do some in February? I'd like to just have some clarity in my mind how we actually handle that.
How would you all like to do that? I think that it would just, you can go quarter by quarter to meet each deficit.
Mr. Mayor, I think my hope is that we're hearing from you every quarter anyways. And so, great, hey, here's how utilization's been, here's the response from the employees. We don't have a deficit. Hey, here's how things going. Here's the impact on the employees. We do have a deficit and a budget amendment request is to follow. I think that's the most appropriate way. I would be very reluctant to do kind of what was proposed last time, which is here's what we think our whole deficit's going to be. Let's just do one budget amendment. I want to hear from you guys more often.
It may be an operational question that I don't know is when does the city fund the trust from our, but we just started a brand new fiscal year. So Todd just said, here's a bunch of money. When does that come into the trust? Oh, here he comes. When does it go into the trust to maybe negate the need immediately for a deficit or not? Or does it not work that way? If Todd gives you $5 million tomorrow, you got plenty of money in the bank, do you not need it to fund the deficit right now? That makes sense?
Yes and no. So if approved, the funding request tonight usually takes anywhere from 15 to 30 days for us to get the funding in the trust, which we anticipate will mitigate the deficit for the remainder of the year. And then we're hopeful that with the rate increase and the plan design changes that we've done, that will sustain the claims for the following year. But as I understand it, we want to bring reports back to you quarterly to let you know where we stand with that and if we need any additional funding due to claims.
Does the ongoing funding happen month to month, pay period to pay period?
Yes, so each month, the contributions are taken from employees' paychecks and the city pays their 80% contribution as well to the trust. So it's a month-to-month basis.
So these numbers can change monthly if the claims go down or up, what you may or may not need in 6 months from now based on projections.
Correct.
So while we may have more of one, we may or may not, and you may have the money.
Correct.
So that help answer maybe from a process standpoint?
Yeah, it does for me. And I think that, I know we don't typically like to come back with, multiple times, but that
Todd-
makes sense.
Todd loves budget amendments. The more the merrier.
In this circumstance, I think it makes sense. It feels like we're a little bit more on top of it. And the fact that depending on what's actually happened determines what the outflow is. And I think that makes more sense. I also want to make the comment, I think I agree with Councilman Whitlock. Feels like we're maybe the projections we have from the city on what the costs are unrealistic with what we're seeing. Because you look at the state of Idaho, you look at just the trends nationally. I feel like we're just a little bit, we're probably going to end up having deficits every quarter with these projections.
Yeah, I would echo that, and what Councilman Whitlock said as well. Our actuarial forecasts right now, blended between medical and pharmacy, is closer to a 10% assumed trend right now. So if the target is 8, that would assume that we're going to make 2% benefit reductions to come from 10 to 8. So yeah, we're in an inflation or trend cycle that I haven't seen in probably about 15 years.
All right, so next steps, bring back a budget amendment next week.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Quarter at a time. Yes.
Okay,
Right.
Thank you very much. All right, council, we're at the end of our meeting. Do I have a motion?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we adjourn our work session.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is November 14th, 2025 at 6 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Taylor. Councilman Overton. Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by Kyle Jorgensen. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Our dear Father in heaven, we come before thee this evening as citizens and community members of this great city of Meridian. We are grateful for the blessings that we enjoy living in this country with the freedoms and privileges that we have. We ask you to bless us that we will recognize those privileges and treat each other with civility and kindness. We are grateful for each of these individuals that are willing to serve. Please bless them for their efforts. We're aware of the difficulties and challenges raging throughout the world, and we pray for the leaders of the world and of the nations, that they might be guided by thee and by thy hand. In all things we ask for blessings to be upon us as we seek to learn from thee and to be like thee. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Okay, council, up next is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I know we're gonna at least discuss it on item 6, but just want to at least notate for those that are here that item 6 on tonight's agenda has requested to be continued. But with that, Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Okay.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Okay. First item up is going to be a proclamation. So if Jennifer and all the team wants to come and join, whoever's going to be up, we'll do this. So we got the whole team with us this evening for this. It's been kind of interesting. For whatever reason, my Facebook feed, I have a lot of other mayors from around the country, and I keep seeing them going out for their national night out. And I'm like, why are they going out in October to do National Night Out? And then I realized they can only really do it one month a year, where we can do a little bit more crime prevention at the right times and spread it out. But we are here tonight for Crime Prevention Month. So I will go ahead and read this proclamation and then turn it over for any comments that you guys will like to add on to or not. So leave it up to you. Whereas in 1984, President Reagan designated October as Crime Prevention Month as a time for communities to come together, promote safety and security individually and in neighborhoods. And whereas crime prevention is important because it enhances public safety, strengthens communities, and improves overall quality of life by reducing fear and promoting a sense of security. And whereas effective prevention programs address the root causes of crime, fostering sustainable solutions through encouraging community involvement, education, awareness, and collaboration between local law enforcement, schools, businesses, and residents. And whereas neighborhood watch programs, youth engagement activities, and educational forums are just a few examples of how people can participate in crime prevention efforts in the city of Meridian. And whereas the City of Meridian Crime Prevention Team empowers our community to keep neighborhoods safe and build relationships while working towards controlling crime. Therefore, I Robert E. Simison proclaim October 2025 as Crime Prevention Month in the city of Meridian, and express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those who are committed to the power of prevention and work together to make our community safer, stronger, and more caring. That is 14th day of October 2025. So on behalf of myself and the city council, thank you for all you all do to make sure that we are working hard on crime prevention here in our community. So with that, present this to you and turn it over for any comments you'd like to make. All right, well, then we'll just do a picture.
Council, as mayor's coming up, I'll just share, this month last month, we had the Public Safety Day. And if you haven't been to that event, man, put it on your calendar for next year. Yeah, it's a great date with your partner. If you got kids or grandkids, 9-year-old pork chop, it's like the best day of his life, going in between the drones, the dogs, and in typical fashion, our fire department opens up a fire truck and lets them climb around, then sprays everybody at the end. So I appreciate you guys do a great job of really embracing and showcasing public safety in our community for all ages. It was a great event. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilman Kavner.
Yep.
All right, with that, we'll move on to Mr. Clerk. Do you want to sign up under public forum?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Jen Card.
Good evening.
Good. Oh, okay. So Jen Card, I'm in Paramount. I'm here again to talk about Sagara and give you a little bit of an update. Recently, the first duplex went up and it's 3 stories. Talked with my neighbors a little bit and they're like, the duplexes were supposed to be 2 stories. Now they're 3. The townhouses were supposed to be 3 stories. Now they're 4. And if I recall correctly, when I came and we talked about the townhouses, it was because they were signed off by staff level employee, not an elected official, receiving no oversight by council members. And some council members were a little bit surprised at the fact that they were 4 stories. So I know some work sessions happened and people talked about getting some oversight for those kinds of things, but I don't know where that's at this point. My fear is the same thing happened with the duplexes. I did email the city, the contact that we have, and he said, I did inquire with our planning department regarding your question about building types and their locations, and have been informed that the developer is following approved plans and locations for buildings. That's good to know, but my question was, what is being built? Does that match exactly what we talked about in city council when the development was approved? And that's my question, because there seems to be no oversight. There are loopholes where things get through, where we've discussed it, you've discussed it in front of us, you vote on it, and that's not what happens. Things change. And that's why I think more oversight is needed on all staff sign off. And I know you're tired of seeing me. I'm tired of coming here and complaining to you, because it appears that every issue from building type, design, dust, fence damage, backyard flooding is nobody else's responsibility, even though Paramount residents didn't have these issues before this construction of this development began. So I want to urge you to make the developer accountable for these issues. My understanding, Grandview sent out a thing about replacing the fence. Now it's not going to be replaced. They met with the city. They came to an agreement. They were supposed to reach out to us. Now they've sent us a flyer and it's something different. And I've notified our contact and sent him the information on that as well. So it's just frustrating. There's no accountability. And I keep getting told, well, the city has a surety bond just in case. Well, that doesn't alleviate the issues that have happened and impacted those residents. And nothing has addressed flooding, which is terrifying in my mind. So I'm asking again, hold them accountable and start putting things in place so that these things don't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Clerk, anyone else sign up?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 2, which is resolution number 25-2540, which is a reappointment of Dom Gelsomino and Jennifer Bobo to the Meridian Parks and Recreation Commission. Council, both of these people hopefully are not a stranger to you all. They've been serving and would like to continue to serve, and I think they do an excellent job and would urge you to reappoint them to these positions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
move we approve agenda item number 2, resolution number 25-2540. Resolution establishing the reappointment of Dom Gelsomino and Jennifer Bobo to the Meridian Parks and Recreation Commission.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to approve resolution number 25-2540. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Next item up is resolution number 25-2541. This too is reappointment of 2 of our youth to our commissions as well. Again, these are our appointments are done in conjunction and talking with our chairs as well as our staff to make sure that they're showing up and being active participants. And these 2 individuals, Saying Song and Divya Danish, are definitely doing that. And so with that, we'd ask for you to reappoint them as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Approve item 3, resolution 25-2541, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Meridian reappointing Sayun Song to seat 9 and Diva Dinesh to seat 8 of the Meridian Solid Waste Advisory Commission.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to approve resolution number 25-2541. Discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. All right, council, the next item up is resolution number 25-2544, which is to appoint 3 more individuals to our Youth on Commission seats. We followed the process that we have traditionally done with this and reached out to the members of the community. Sometimes we get MIACers, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we get people from other walks of life in our community, and I think that is reflected in the 3 appointments that we're asking you to do this evening. First up, we have Advik Bansal, who's a sophomore at Compass Charter, who is interested in the Transportation Commission, and he's curious about how cities and other agencies partner to have a shared vision for growth, decision-making, and translating ideas into actions. In addition, already a published author and looking to do that again. I don't know how that works on transportation, but maybe he'll make a spot in that future book. So that's who's being recommended for the Transportation Commission. We have a senior from Meridian High School, James Abdel Monim, been with MIAC since last year when he served as the Vice Chair of Community Service during 2 terms. Also served as a Youth Ambassador for Avenues of Hope, where he helps lead fundraising efforts for community causes and interested in studying politics, public policy in college, local government, and rebuilt a sailboat last summer. So hopefully this will give a good overall roundabout experience through that. And then finally, we have a new face, Torrin Taylor, who's a junior at Meridian High. And this individual was a employee of the city in our Parks and Rec department over at the swimming pool as a lifeguard the last couple summers. So has already expressed an interest in, seeing one side of the city, the paycheck side, but maybe now see the other side of it about, the work that it takes to put on good programs here in the community. So active in other parts of the community and a standout student, and we won't mention the familiar name between one of our council members and this individual, but does have a familiar name. So with that, these are the recommendations for appointments, and stand for any questions you have.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
if we didn't have such a full agenda, I'd ask them to all come up and answer some questions, but Given the long agenda, I think we'll move ahead and I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 25-2542. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Meridian appointing Torrin Taylor to seat 9 of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Commission, James Abdel Monum to seat 6 of the Meridian Historic Preservation Commission, and Advic Bonsall to seat 4 of the Meridian Transportation Commission.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Congratulations. We look forward to your service on these commissions moving forward, and thanks for being here this evening. Yeah. All right. With that, we
Mr.
will.
Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Can I just compliment you and your office and the youth of our community for wanting to be involved? I think we're probably pretty unique across the country in involving our youth. And it says a lot about the quality of our community, the quality of the families that are here, the values that we hold, and getting young people involved in their local government at such a young age, I think is very admirable. And I commend you and your office for placing that as a very high priority.
Well, thank you, but credit goes where credit is due. And Mayor Tammy was really the one that drove this initiative, and we've continued up her efforts in this area, but I think it's the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd also like to compliment you and the work. I think when our youth have a little bit of their interest piqued in serving, I think the results are borne out years down the road with their desire to serve the community, not just now, but these are really important programs because it doesn't have to do a lot, it just has to do something to kind of give them a little bit of a desire. So I appreciate the opportunity to have our youth. I mean, MIAC's been very impressive as I've got to know them. And in particular, hopefully there's a particular young man in the Parks and Rec Commission that will do a good job. You better.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a little topping on all of this. It should go back and remember a little bit of history back when Councilman Cavanagh first came to work for the city. I believe he was part of organizing MIAC under Mayor Tammy at that time and helping get that program off the ground. And part of the reason it is where it is today is because it has such a good foundation when it started.
Here, here. Okay, with that, we will move on to our public hearings for this evening. So first item up is a public hearing for H 2025-0044 for Century Farm Master Association Gravity Irrigation Easement by Brighton Corporation. I know I read that differently than what's on here, but we've apparently changed the order on me. So it is what it is. So I'll open this public hearing with staff comments from Nick.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Next item on the agenda is the Century Farm Master Association Gravity Irrigation Easement Vacation. So the applicant is requesting approval to vacate a private 20-foot easement for gravity irrigation on lots 13 and 14, Block 2 of the Hill Century Farms Commercial Subdivision Number 2. A new easement will be reestablished because of this vacation, which will be 10 feet in width. The applicant has indicated that the purpose of this vacation is for a future application that will be coming in front of City Council. In addition to this, the applicant has indicated vacating the easement and reestablishing a new one outside the platting process will allow the easement to be dedicated to the correct entity, make it the full length, as the easement is currently missing a portion of the gravity irrigation line. So this is the existing easement, and this is the proposed change. The relinquishment letters were received from Brighton Corporation, as this is a private easement and they were the only holder of it. And staff is recommending approval and has received written testimony from the applicant, Eli Bensky, in support of the staff report and recommendation. And I'll stand for any questions you guys have.
Thank you, Nick. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here? To make a very long, detailed presentation.
The slides.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Eli Bensky, 2929 West Navigator Drive, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Yes, this is a very long presentation. I'm so sorry, guys. As Nick mentioned, this is an application for the vacation of the gravity irrigation easement at Century Farm. This is generally located off of Amity and Tavistock, circled in the yellow. As mentioned, there was 3 errors that we found with this easement. First was that it was dedicated to an association that doesn't exist. Second, we were missing a portion to the northwest corner. And then third, we actually wanted initially it to match the public utility easement. Instead, we made it 10 feet wider than the public utility easement. We have gone forward and recorded a new easement that corrects these 3 errors. But that's all the information I have. I concur with staff's recommendation of approval and request that you guys also approve tonight here the vacation of the easement. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Clerk, you want to sign up to testify on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Is there anybody present or online that would like to provide testimony on this item? If so, if you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Or if you're in the audience and would like to come forward, you can do so at this time. Seeing no one online raising their hand or no one coming forward, would the applicant like to make any final comments or do they waive? Applicant waives final comments. Council, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
seeing no further comments, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Second?
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
considering all staff applicant and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2025-0044 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 14th, 2025.
Second?
Have a motion and a second to approve H 2025-0044. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carried, and the item is agreed to. Council, next item up is public hearing continued from September 16, 2025 for latitude 43 subdivision, H 2024-0059. We will hear from staff on the desired for this item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, applicant is requesting continuance of this item again for, as you know, the city is conducting a study for that area, trying to understand the transportation network. We have been meeting with the applicant on an ongoing basis since that continuance of this project. And we know that that study won't be done for several more months. So we are just asking for more time for the applicant so they can continue to work with staff and get that information so that you guys can make an informed decision on the application. The applicant's also here tonight to answer any questions you may have as well, to let you know what their intentions are.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Would you like to hear from the applicant as well? Okay.
Hey, everyone. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. You didn't see me back in May, so I've been asked to help kind of shepherd this along, and so I've been part of the conversations with your staff since May. I was able to look at the video, listen to all the comments. Very much appreciated the comments that the council made at the time. Also very much appreciated the council really jumping on this to get this report underway and done in a timely fashion. You know, that doesn't always happen. You know, I have a lot of clients that get stuck in limbo for a long time. This one we actually see a finish line. And so our goal was to, with this, to try to make sure that the council has the information it needs. So we're happy to defer till December. Just one other little bit of procedural, I guess, trivia is that one of the reasons why we were trying to get this going is that if we have hearings that are scheduled, then we don't need to start from zero and schedule and notice and be, you know, a couple months out once that staff report is done, or not staff report, the study is done. And in the meantime, as you know, this is one small part of the larger study. And so we're kind of monitoring with staff, hoping that maybe there can be some direction on this in the interim. As you might remember from the last hearing, I think where everyone's feeling pretty good about the northern portion of the project. It's the southern portion that really is, we'd like to have this additional insight on. If the consultant comes back and says, yeah, we know where it's going to be on the southern portion, even though the study is not completed yet, then maybe we can go ahead as well. So we're just trying to work with staff to get this done, and we appreciate everything council's been doing to help facilitate getting answers, not only for us, but for the neighborhood as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm happy to see you're working on this project. The application's been continued a bunch of times between planning and zoning and city council. And so trying to find the right balance of, we want to get the right information, but also being sensitive to the impact it is on the neighboring residents that are stakeholders in this project and have a very active vested interest. And how do we communicate to them, here's when we're going to have the hearing, without this, hey, we're going to have a hearing, we're going to need to continue it again for another couple months, going to need to continue it again for a couple months. So can you give myself, the council, some flavor? I know there's a little bit that is out of your control, a lot that's out of your control, quite frankly. A happy medium in terms of a date that we could continue this to, that would give you the confidence that you've had the opportunity to review and respond, that our staff have the opportunity, obviously, to finalize this project, so that we can really communicate to our residents, here's the date for this hearing, and we really mean it this time.
Councilmember Cavanagh, you're right that there's a lot of it that's not in our control. It's our understanding that the way, and the mayor may be able to correct me, or staff may be able to correct me on this as well, that the anticipated date for the completion of the report is January. And so we looked at that and said, hey, you know, if maybe December makes sense, because maybe we can get some of those preliminary answers by then. If not, then we're just within shouting distance of having the consultant's report done at that point. In the meantime, you know, we're happy to continue, you know, collaborating with staff, trying to find out where that stands. And we would love to, you know, be as forthcoming with the neighborhood and with staff as possible in terms of making sure that people know what the intentions are. You know, this is one where, you know, it's that balancing act of, you know, certainly we want to make sure that the neighbors know and have a good feeling about what's happening there. We also have concerns on our side of financial issues related to long-term delays. So we're trying to balance all of that together, Councilmember Cavanagh, and still be respectful of our neighbors' time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I know you talked December with the report hopefully being finalized in January. Would you feel comfortable if we held it until January and just gave a little bit more buffer? I'm really sensitive to what you guys have been up against, right? And it is this trying to look at it from all different sides for all the vested parties. And I worry that yet another continuance really doesn't communicate the right message to our residents that we would want to communicate. And so I almost would prefer to err on the side of going a little bit longer by a few weeks than to try and schedule something in December. And I'm trying to look at it like I'm a resident. Okay. So I get this notice. Okay. I'm going to come again. And then a day or two before, right at kind of a busy time of year, I'm going to get informed by the city, hey, it's actually going to be continued again. It's trying to be good partners with our impacted neighbors, but I'm also not keenly aware as to how that impacts you and your client if we were delaying it by a few more weeks.
Councilmember Cavanagh, you can imagine that it's never fun for me to go back to my client and say, yeah, the project got delayed another couple months.
Yeah.
It's never a fun conversation.
No.
You know, certainly, you know, we want to be respectful of council. And so if that's the council's direction, then, you know, so be it. The way I would put it, though, is that in my experience in the development world is that if I don't set a deadline, then nobody's going to work toward a deadline.
Mhm.
And so
I agree.
I generally like to have that so that we can have a goal to shoot at. And, you know, from our view, you know, we had originally thought, hey, let's try in November. That didn't work out. So we talked internally and pushed it another month, so 2 months to December. So we were hoping that that was a meaningful offer.
Yep.
And again, I'd love to have a goal to shoot at if we can in terms of those deadlines.
Thanks. So
Yep,
I'll get some more insight from our staff here in a minute.
absolutely. Yep.
Council, anything else for the applicant? Okay. Councilman Cavanagh, questions for staff?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thanks. Bill's kind of back at you. I saw in the packet that there is at least a hold date maybe for December 16th. It's the last council meeting of the year. I want to hear from council here on this. You know, I want to be supportive to the applicant's needs, and they're somewhat responsive on some of the work that we're doing. Give me your level of confidence that if we were to continue this to December the 16th, that there's not a City of Meridian or a staff-related reason to request another continuance.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, like, I'm kind of in the same court as the applicant. I don't have that crystal ball either, knowing when that study's going to be done. I can tell you that I keep getting calls from the residents of Woodbridge, and they keep asking any new information. And at least the positive feedback that I'm getting is they like where the project is going. They just want to know where that transfer study is going to land. And so they don't like getting whipsawed either. So it's always been staff's position to push it out and wait for the study.
Okay.
But again, we want to be sensitive to the applicant's needs as well and try to understand that information. But in our world, getting the information ahead of time and then taking action always is better for not only us, but also the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks.
I think Phone a Friend came in.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh. I did not hear Mr. Parsons' answer, but I thought
Was a
maybe I could.
non-answer? No, say whatever you'd like. You won't contradict him, I promise you.
Yeah. So Carl Anderson, who's our project manager for the study, met with the consultants this week. We are on track. January, we're more comfortable with January. If the concern really is having a hearing on something and expecting, we may have a draft report by December, but that's not what our scope of work and the schedule with our contractor or with our contracted traffic engineers say. So we too are hopeful that maybe we can get something by December 16th, I believe the date is. But I'm maybe not that optimistic.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Hood? There's really not very many options for where this can go.
Yeah.
Last time I heard, they really have settled on an option for this area. Is that not the case? Are they still evaluating other options?
Mr. Mayor, maybe you're more in the loop than I am on the project. I've not heard that. I understand they are still evaluating it. We did have some conversations some time ago with the development team, Mr. Clark's team, and some of them to have them encourage them to look at some options too, to come up with a solution that would meet some of our objectives in this area too. So I think that's something in the next month or two or even 3 that we could continue some of that dialogue and see. Obviously, we want something that works for their property as an option or 2 or 3 in that general vicinity. Because it is, to your point, Mayor, we are pretty limited on some of those connections. The study is larger than just this connection though.
And maybe council, the thing just for, are you going to want to adopt the study before you hear the application or not? And 'cause I think that's kind of goes in, we can get a draft. I mean, we could probably say, please focus on this in the next month and come and provide a draft of that information back to staff of what's going to be in it for this area. But are you going to want to act on it until you act on the study? Something I hadn't contemplated, but I think it's just because the study comes back doesn't mean you're going to agree to what the study says as it pertains to development. So I throw that out there for your consideration. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just as a point of reflection, when we first looked at this, the idea came forward that we could look at just the northern portion. And I don't think council was comfortable with breaking this up at that time and wanted to see it as presented as all 3 parcels, which is one of the reasons why this was set back to begin with until we understand what we're looking at for that potential development. I would feel a lot better if we had this reset to a date that coincided with when we believe this study will be done. Because trust me, living in Woodbridge, I see the group posts by the residents that live there getting all excited and getting all geared up and ready to come to the meetings. and then we keep having continuances. And I'd like to see if there's a way, understanding your needs and desires and the cities, but also the residents' needs and desires, to try to limit at this point the number of continuances we have going forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I agree with Councilmember Overton. Because there's been so many continuances on this project, I think it is important that we try and hit the mark on this. So council, the date that I was looking at, and I'm going to look to our good clerk, Mr. Johnson, let me know if we're over committed on that date, but January the 13th.
Mr. Mayor, Council President Cavanagh, I don't believe we have anything scheduled that date yet.
Would either, but I always like to double check. So council, that's the date that I'm looking. That allows, I'm sure we've got some staff members that have holiday plans. I'm sure applicant and our residents have holiday plans. It allows everyone an opportunity to go enjoy their holiday season, come back, get back to work. Make sure that that study is complete, shared with the applicant, feedback provided. And that should give us, I think, some good confidence on the 13th. And I'm proposing that date. And if anybody on our staff or the applicant has concerns with that date or ability to meet everyone's expectations for that date, I think now's a good time to wave your hands or give me an indication. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
if you'll indulge me, I'm going to move then that we continue item 6. Public hearing that's continued from September 26th for latitude 43 subdivision to January the 13th.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to continue this item to January 13th. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Real quick, I want to commend our clerk staff. I know they went overtime to communicate again with the residents and make sure that they're aware of that. Because I think we've been doing a good job of informing them through our own channels because they're a good communicated network. I don't think we need the applicant to do any type of paid renoticing or anything like that. So just want to commend our staff for a job well done.
All right. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued to January 13th. Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to item 7, which is public hearing for Madonna Plaza subdivision, SHP 2025-0004. We open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So what we're looking at is a proposed short plat. It's a re-subdivision of Lot 3, Block 6 of Bridge Tower Crossing subdivision number 2. It's consisting of 4 building lots on 1.59 acres of land in an existing LO zoning district. So these are the elevations that for the businesses that are being proposed in this location. This is the landscaping plan that they are proposing. This is basically similar to a subdivision that was done to the, I think it's to the east of this. So they're just repeating what was done previously. These are the site photos. So this is the property. You take access off of Bell Tower Drive. It's 3147 West Bell Tower Drive. And this is the previous one. I think it's like Turnick Plaza or something like that. That was approved previously. So they're just mimicking what they did there. I did not have any written testimony for this. The applicant is here if you have questions, but I will be more than happy to take any questions that you might have on this application. It's a pretty simple application. They're just dividing a lot into 4 lots.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, then is the applicant like to come forward? Good evening.
Evening, Jordan Morehouse, 2673 West Tango Creek Drive in Meridian. Like staff said, we did a development just to the south of this, Turin Plaza. And we did those 4 buildings there. When we did that, we found a great demand for this type of light office. And so we decided to purchase this adjoining lot or adjacent lot and try to do the same thing there. Like I said, it's been a great need for the community for this type of office space. And So we feel like it's a good place for some more commercial construction there. Yeah. Is there any questions for me?
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Clerk, anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, there are no signups.
Okay, is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand, does the applicant waive any final comments? Applicant waives any final comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Willock.
seeing no one coming forward to offer any additional testimony, I move that we close the public hearing on file number SHP 2025-0004.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Willock.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number SHP-2025-0004 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 14th, 2025.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 7. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 8, public hearing for Solera Estates subdivision H 2025-0013. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Hey, me again. So this application is for alternative compliance, which was an administration approval, annexation, and a preliminary plat. So this site is, little over 15 acres of land is zone RUT and it's located at 1695 East Amity, 4940 and 5050 South Locust Grove Road. So we're annexing in the LDS Church at the corner of Amity and Locust Grove, and then the two lots behind the church. The church is basically coming in as a way for the properties to the south to annex into the city. They are not proposing to do any modifications to their property. They are just assisting the applicant with coming in with annexation, because without the church, they don't have a pathway to annexation. So the plat consists of 19 lots on approximately 9.7 acres. They are proposing alternative compliance along the frontage for the existing home, because with the 25-foot buffer that is required, it cannot meet the setback requirements. So what's being proposed is they put that portion of the landscape buffer in an easement instead of a common lot. But what staff is proposing is the portion that is right in front of the house be reduced to the 12.5 feet, and then the rest of it be the 25 feet, but still within an easement. So they did submit building elevations with this application. And again, we are asking that a condition be placed in the development agreement that requires homes that are along public roadways provide articulation through modulation, bays, banding, porches, balconies, material types, and other integrated architectural elements to break up the monotonous wall planes and roof lines that are visible from these public streets. Single-family homes will be exempt from this requirement. This is their open space and amenity proposal. One thing that was clarified in the staff report, I had put that they had a fire pit, but they do not have a fire pit. They do have the gazebo and the picnic benches as part of their amenities for the open space that is located here. Again, this is the existing home that is proposed to be remain and it's showing the setback requirements per the alternative compliance for the reduction in the landscaping and the easement for it. Again, this is the church property. The church property, as it is, does not meet current standards. And again, they are not proposing to do anything, but they will have to hook up to water and sewer based on annexation requirements. But they are not proposing to do anything else to the church. If they decide to do anything to the church, they would have to come in compliance with the parking lot landscaping, frontage landscaping. But again, they are not proposing to do anything. One of the things that was talked about is that even though there are no development or modifications being proposed for the property, that the church, we recommended that the commission and city council evaluate the need for a 5-foot temporary sidewalk within the ACHD right-of-way on the west and north side of the church property. The sidewalks would provide a pedestrian connection from the south to the north and east to west and wrap around to extend the entire length of the property along Amity. Again, this would be part of the annexation approval, as there are no existing sidewalks along here. So the planning commission felt that it wasn't necessary if road improvements were occurring within the next year or two. And if you choose to not move forward with this, we will remove this condition from our report. The planning commission recommended approval of this application. We had several people that were in opposition of this application. Mark Aidenbrod, he felt that the lots should be 1 acre instead of a ½ acre. He feels that growth is a concern for this area and would like to see something that fits within the existing area. Bonnie Capel, she was concerned about losing her view. She has the home, this home right here. She felt that whatever was going to be built in this area would block her view. And she would like a provision to be added that would allow a 2-story dwelling unit in front of their home. That would not allow a 2-story dwelling unit in front of their home. Julie Edwards said that traffic is a concern, left turns may be an issue, feels that the rules are being bent with alternative compliance so that the developer can get what they want. At the church, she wanted to know if the church sales would the zoning revert to R2 from R8, because the church is requesting an R8 zoning to allow for a church to be there because they are not allowed in the R2 zoning district. So there were no written testimony, and the key issues were lot size, loss of view, and traffic impacts. The discussion by the commission was that the future land use map has medium density to the east of the proposed development, which will allow for a natural transition to smaller lots. And he said, make sure whomever is buying the lots, they understand this transition, so that when they come in, they're not upset when they start to build that there will be smaller lots next to them. And again, they were not recommending the temporary sidewalk along the church property on South Locust Grove and Amity. They didn't have any outstanding issues for you, and we have not received any written testimony since the hearing. And at this time, I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Linda, just, could you go over the sidewalk again? The sidewalk is going to be requested on the north and the west side, a 5-foot sidewalk?
So if you can see my cursor, so it would be here and here to the end of the church property. So with this development, they will be required to put in sidewalks. So a temporary sidewalk along here and along the frontage of the church.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
And maybe this can be addressed by the, when it's presented as well, but there's usually a lot of times, in fact, Saturday morning when I went by, because I go down this road all the time, a full-length semi parked alongside that church, sitting on Locust Grove. And if we end up putting a sidewalk in there, I just want to make sure as we talk about this evening, there will be no semi parked there on the city sidewalk as this gets annexed into our city. Just want to make sure that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Linda, can you walk me through kind of what the elevation change is? Kind of from where the intersection is at Amity and Locust to where I guess the residents would enter into the development? And is there much of a grade change? I'm over there again as well, and I'm not intimately familiar, but I know there's lots of hills that kind of converge there, and certainly from a traffic safety element with kind of the impact already on Locust Grove, I'd like to get some understanding about how the current traffic conditions impact that, and if we have any insight about what the redevelopment of that intersection will look like and what, if any, bearing or impact it would have.
Are we talking about this area?
Well, I guess I would go from right there as you would continue to head south on Locust Grove. I don't know if there is an elevation change. It doesn't look like it to me, but I'm not smart enough to understand when there's a grade change, but I feel like that there is.
Okay, we have someone from ACHD online, so I'm gonna see if they can answer that question.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is Carolee Troyer, 5800 North Meeker Avenue. I'm not entirely certain what the elevation change is there on Locust Grove Road. However, within our staff report, we have conditioned that the applicant go forward and do a site distance analysis for the intersection of their public roadway onto Locust Grove Road to ensure that that is a safe intersection. Any further questions on that?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
is it Carolee?
Yes.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Are you able to get us the elevation changes? I understand you don't have them in front of you, and certainly don't mean to put you on the spot. I recognize what was in the staff report. I guess I look at that as a reaction to, and I'm trying to be a little bit more proactive in my understanding before I would be willing to be in favor of an approval. Is that a grade change that you're going to be able to get for us this evening, or are you not able to do that?
Mayor and council member, I believe that that is something that the applicant would have to provide to us and is taken care of during, is reviewed with our traffic team. That's not something that I have available tonight, but I would be able to get that and get back to you on that if you have further questions.
Mr. Mayor, maybe one more.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Can you give the council just a quick update about what the plans, I know I'm sure they're here in our packet, but the plans to redevelop Locust Grove and Amity at that intersection? What year is that planned for? What is contemplated with that expansion?
Yeah, Mayor and Mr. Council Member, at this point, it is scheduled for design from 2023 to 2024. So it has been designed, and then the land acquisition year is 2029, and there is no scheduled construction at this point. We do have our draft 5-year plan that is going to be up for adoption soon, and within that, the design year has been moved up to extend to 2027. At that point, then the land acquisition year will be 2030. And again, there is no construction date for this, so it is not a funded improvement, but it is in the 5-year plan.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
is that a signalized intersection or a roundabout?
That is a roundabout.
One additional question then, assuming that roundabout was built and this application would be before us, would the entrance, is the distance between where the roundabout ends and the entrance to this neighborhood begins compliant with ACHD policies?
Mr. Mayor and council member, yes. The distance from the intersection of the roadway to the intersection of Amity and Locust Grove is compliant with policy. And additionally, that intersection is outside of the scope of the planned improvement project.
I understand that. I'm trying to look at this, the totality. So thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Mayor.
Yes, Linda.
Mr. Kavner, the applicant may have that information for you as far as the elevation for that area? Because I know the existing house sits up higher and then the rest of the property slopes down. So he will probably have that information for you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
one last question for Carol Lee with ACHD. Carol Lee, my history on this section of road goes back to me being in junior high school riding on a school bus. That's quite a slope coming down Locust Grove. And even this last winter, when I was over there, the pileup of cars coming down that hill was pretty extraordinary one morning. They didn't make it to Amity. I'm concerned that if you're going to put a roadway with this many houses in there coming in, about halfway down that slope, that there needs to be some form of flashing lights or a warning to drivers that are coming north on Locust Grove that they're about to hit a slope and below that slope is a stop sign. Is that going to be an ACHD responsibility or is that the applicant's responsibility to apply for something?
Mr. Mayor and council member, I believe that if that is for existing traffic, typically that's an issue that is taken care of through our traffic team. If that's a concern that is raised through the city or through the neighbors, then that's something that can be taken care of typically through that avenue. However, with this development coming in, if that's something that you would like further discussion on, then that's something that the applicant would need to put in as it is pertaining to their development.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Hey, good evening. Jaden Schneider, 3770 North Jackie Lane, Boise, with Bronzebow. I'm the applicant on behalf of the developer. And I'm just going to pull this up, or Linda, if you can. Thank you very much. Perfect. So Linda talked about most of the things. I just want to kind of briefly go over it. I'll try to give the quick application presentation and then try to answer as many of the questions that we have or during the report anyways. But yes, Laura states it's an alternative compliance request, annexation and preliminary plat request. For the proposed area to be annexed, it is both the north parcel and then the two southern parcels. So 3 parcels, each 5 acres, so 15 acres in total. The north parcel, as Linda said, is the church parcel, and the southern 2 parcels is what would be proposed as Solara Estates subdivision itself. It's at the corner of Amity and Locust Grove. One thing specific about this site is the landowners live on the property in that southwest corner, and they are intending to stay, if the subdivision is approved, stay in that home and be involved in that subdivision process. So from their point of view, they want a subdivision that looks good and works well for this area because they have to live with it. So that's something that's a bit unique to this property, which I see as a benefit. The site area specifically for the subdivision itself is just about 10 acres, 9.7 or so. Again, as Linda mentioned, it's in RUT, Rural Urban Transition in Ada County. The annexation proposed would be to bring it into an R2, which is that low density residential. With the 14 building lots proposed, 13 of them would be new building lots, and the average lot size for the site is just about half an acre. It's a little bit more than half an acre. Carol Lee from ACHD made a couple comments, but yes, ACHD provided a staff report that provided their support and approval for the development. Just kind of going back, this kind of ties into exactly what was brought up before about the view portion and the hill coming down right now. Speaking to it from the subdivision point of view, the hill is a benefit to the existing lots right now because it provides a nice view. The reason that we grabbed this slide and throwing it on here is because the landowners currently right now have a nice view that looks out over to the foothills. And with the stepping down of this portion of this subdivision, it allows for this view corridor and for these homes to be provided in a manner that gives the view stepped to each of the lots that would be built, or the maximum amount of lots that would be built on this. Just kind of touching on this for one comment, one of the things that was brought up in the planning and zoning meeting and the neighbors spoke to was concerns about potentially removing a view or keeping away from any sort of existing view for the neighbors. That's not the intent of the developer, and I think we have some technical information that should back it up, which kind of loops into other questions involved tonight. The landowner for this parcel is in that southwest corner, as mentioned. Their property is at an elevation of about 2,715 feet above sea level. The neighboring parcel to the south, because this is that Locust Grove Hill, that is at 2,735. So they're already about 20 feet higher than the neighbor. And then down further from that point, the lot that would provide potentially the largest amount of obstruction to a future view is at the finished grade, or it would be at a grade around 2,701 feet. So they're 34 feet higher at the finished ground. So just at ground level, they're already 35 feet higher. So one other thing that I just wanted to mention, if you go back to the street view portion that we grabbed as a screen grab, is that neighbor, their house is elevated there. So not only is the lawn elevation 34 feet higher than the potential future lot, they also have a raised patio or a raised deck area, if you want to call it. So we really feel like there's no obstruction of any views for existing neighbors, which I know people love, and it would allow for a potential nice product to be built in the subdivision area where views can be protected. One of the comments that was brought up in planning and zoning was, is there a way to mention to these homeowners that the land to the further to the east is a medium density residential, and hey, people might build in your backyard. Can you understand that you're buying a view right now? Is there an opportunity to do that? Hard to have action to it. We would like to, and maybe it's, hey, talking to the realtor who's selling the homes and saying, hey, just so you know, this is coming up. But it is a bit of a tale as old as time. Someone buys a home and then next thing you know, somebody wants to develop and they say, hey, I just bought this. So it's something that the developer would like to do. It's just hard to provide action to it and say, hey, we can really do this. Anyways, more to the point of this subdivision, we think that this subdivision has adequate view and protects the views to the neighbor. So we have a bit more concrete information on that, going back to that question from the neighbor there, as opposed to what we had at planning and zoning. Just kind of overview of where this site sits, just trying to show that it's in area contiguous to development. There's subdivisions around. We feel that this site, even though it is an annexation, isn't annexing as an island. There is subdivisions in the general immediate vicinity. As mentioned, this would be a low density residential, which is in the future land use map for the city next to that medium density residential. So again, going back to the idea of contiguous development, going from medium density into that low density, having that nice buffer or that nice transition zone between those two zones right there. Just speaking to traffic considerations, what Carolee was speaking to about what is happening in this area in the capital improvement plan and the 5-year work plan. ACHD's improvements in this area would include a 5-lane widening of Amity Road, a 3-lane widening of Locust Grove Road, and then the big hot topic would be the multi-lane roundabout proposed at the intersection of Locust Grove and Amity right there. I did speak to the designer for ACHD, and they were able to provide this graphic, which kind of gives a better idea of what's happening in this area. This shows the roundabout, which they're proposing. This is what would be built out there. This is how they would annex, or this is how ACHD would purchase the right-of-way area and make this fit for this specific intersection. You can see that the proposal for the frontage improvements across the church property are included in the ACHD portion. And that was part of the reason at planning and zoning that we discussed, is this something that we could allow ACHD to handle in regard to that 5-foot pathway in front of Amity and Locust Grove for the church property? Is this something where we can allow ACHD to handle it if we come in, put it in, and then ACHD says, okay, well, now we need to tear it up because we need to actually buy a bunch of right of way and put all this in. So that was the comment there. The other comment on top of that was the pedestrian access in this area, in this immediate vicinity, is minimal. So providing that 5-foot wide asphalt pathway wouldn't serve that many residents. So the developer, going back to it, they're not trying to skirt the responsibility of providing pathways or providing frontage. It's just, there's really not that many people that we envision using this pathway. And 2, we think that ACHD is going to be in here building a much better, more improved intersection and tearing it out in the near future, at least near future in regard to what ACHD works on. So that was the comment there. And that's where planning and zoning agreed and said, yes, we understand that this is something we could go with or remove from the application item.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
And can we jump back real quick? And I know you've got time. I'll make sure that you.
Yeah, of course.
Time, but just, I think this slide is helpful to me. Can you use your mouse and kind of indicate on that roundabout where the entrance to your neighborhood will begin?
Yes, it's down generally in this area.
That
through
was
here.
my kind of eyeballing it, so I appreciate you.
Yep, of course, of course. And I'll come back to this slide because I do want to touch more on that, on the comments and questions there. Open space, generally, the idea would be to have that centralized open space, allow for the residents to use it or potential future residents to use it. Kind of go over it quickly here for the alternative compliance request. Linda touched on it. The idea in originally putting this site together was meeting all of the conditions that ACHD had and the city had, which are ACHD wants a 50-foot wide right-of-way, and the city has requested a 25-foot landscape buffer. If you give up both 50 feet to ACHD and 25 feet to the city, then the existing home gets squeezed down into a situation where their front yard and their driveway is no longer usable. You can kind of see this is at the maximum if the city said we needed a 25-foot landscape buffer and ACHD needed 50 feet of right-of-way. This is what would happen. There would be two issues here. One, the existing home would basically lose access to its driveway because the access point would get too tight. And two, the home would no longer be conforming to a setback. So in order to provide this as an approval, the city would have to approve some sort of reduced setback for this existing home. So the alternative compliance that's being proposed is this idea of give ACHD all 50 feet of their right-of-way, then provide a 12.5-foot landscape buffer easement as opposed to a true common lot, which solves the issue of potentially having a setback issue. And then because we've reduced that 25 feet down to 12.5 feet for the landscape easement, increase the number of trees in that area and increase the landscaping. So going back to the idea of alternative compliance, the developer is trying to comply with the idea of, hey, here's a landscape buffer that buffers the street from the existing home or new homes. And this is how they're trying to meet it alternatively. So that's basically what's happening here. Happy to talk on it more, but generally we've tried to work with staff to come up with an idea that we think works well on that. Did I have any more? No, this was this one. Again, Linda showed these elevations, so simple elevations there. And then here's the site view. I'll just try to touch on some of the comments or questions that we had right away to start with it. Going back to the elevation difference here, there's about 50 feet of elevation difference from the south side of the property all the way to the north side of the property. So talking about Locust Grove, how steep is that hill? For that grade of that hill from the top to the bottom has about a 50 feet of fall in that situation. And then going back to the ACHD comment, there is a comment in the staff report. It is the traffic engineering letter, and I'm just going to try to read from it. Sorry, I didn't have it in the report, but I would have if I had known we were going to talk about it. It should be at least in the applicant material, but generally it comes from the traffic engineer and it speaks to the distance of the intersection. And just quoting from the traffic engineer when they did the review, from our field observations, placing the proposed subdivision access onto Locust Grove, roughly 550 feet south of Amity Road intersection, will provide safer sight distances for vehicles entering and exiting the subdivision. It was also observed that vehicles traveling northbound along Locust Grove Road along the Solara Estates proposed frontage were typically slowing down as they approached the strop-controlled intersection with Amity Road. So we did have a traffic engineer review the intersection and the distance there. And again, going back to what Carolee with ACHD mentioned, it is in ACHD's staff report that in order for this intersection that we are proposing to be approved, the plan reviewer, the design reviewer for, plan reviewer for ACHD would need to read that letter, agree with that letter and say, yes, this distance works. Otherwise, we can move it further to the south, closer to the hill. However, the idea coming from the traffic engineer is separating or increasing that distance closer to the south side of Locust Grove or the property along Locust Grove adds more variation between the crest of the hill and the actual intersection itself. So separating it from the crest and having it down at the bottom of the intersection is the balancing act of what we're trying to do in that situation. So there's a separation distance trying to meet from ACHD for the intersection and a separation distance from the crest of the hill that we're trying to meet as well. The traffic engineer who reviewed it did put their stamp on it and say that they believe that this is a safe site distance. One of the comments about coming down the hill that was brought up earlier was, is there something we can do? If that's something where we'd want to put, hey, a flashing stop ahead at the south side of the intersection, if ACHD allowed it, that's something that we could do to provide some sort of warning or heads up that as you crest the hill. It's a bit of an ACHD call since it's in their roadway and their right of way, but that's something that would be maybe potentially a viable solution to adding that. I believe I answered the questions. I may have missed one. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any more questions or questions that I may have missed. So thank you.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse. I like a lot of what you've got here. I like the lot sizes. I'm just very happy it's not multifamily. What I'm most concerned about when I look at this section of Locust Grove, and maybe again, this goes back to Kara Lee at ACHD, is we know we're going to get a roundabout. But at some point, they're going to redo that section of Locust Grove from the roundabout south to Lake Hazel. And I believe the current plan is it's going to go to 3 lanes. But as I've watched ACHD on every one of these similar roadways where you've got a slant coming down that hill, as part of what their engineers do in planning is they try to level that out, to take that hill out and make it more level. Same thing they're doing right now from Lake Hazel on Eagle Road coming down. They took most of that hill out. You're right in the middle of that with a driveway that's going to be coming up on Locust Grove, with the fact that if they rebuild that and raise that roadway to level out that hill, what kind of impact is that going to have on you? And I'll leave that in Carol Lee's hands as well, because I see that as being kind of an issue for you coming down the road.
Figuratively and literally. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, thank you for that. And please, I don't mean to be rude grabbing my phone. I'm trying to grab an email that I had. We did reach out to Carol Lee about the actual roundabout itself to try to say, hey, you know, like, what do we need to account for there? I can try to find it if you need it, but generally their comment was, hey, we're 50% designed at the moment already. So we believe that they are going to have a good idea of what elevation they want that roadway to be and what, if they're changing the grade, what that will be. And I do believe that that's the type of thing that the design reviewer for ACHD would analyze and say, hey, your intersection is too low at this stage to meet our roundabout. We are going to need to come up with something that allows us to marry these two up. So with the fact that ACHD is already steps and leaps and bounds ahead of where we're at on the design phase, because we haven't started the design phase, I believe that this is the type of thing that would get handled at the design review phase with ACHD.
Seeing no other,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just a quick question on the aerial view that we had previously. It looked like there was a drainage going north to south through your property, or maybe south to north. I'm not sure, but there's definitely a slope in the middle of that pasture area. What impact does that have on the developability, if that's a word, of that property?
The biggest impact that it would have would mostly be on this lot that we're speaking of, to not block the view. And it would be the fact that this lot would have a most likely reduced building envelope or a retaining wall at the back in order to build a lot that really has a nice flat building pad. The idea would be, in this stage, build the road out to a finished grade that matches the existing property level, and then try to level that ground around that. So for this lot, mostly, can this lot find a pad elevation that works really well across the entire site? You get into the hillside drainage thing and you can do things like step level homes and you can do that side. But with this site, just because of where it's at, generally this building pad is the only one that would generally be affected. And it's not as affected as it appears in comparison, because of the fact that you can kind of see the slope, the contour lines as they come around the existing home start to gradually even out as they get to the actual lot in question itself. So I believe that it's a non-issue, or it's an issue that can be solved pretty standardly for this type of subdivision.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavan.
I've got another question maybe for Carrie Lee, if she's still on, and at least that would give the applicant an opportunity to respond if needed. Carrie Lee, are you still on with us?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, yes.
Great. What is ACHD's policy on length from a roundabout, like the type of roundabout that would be proposed, to the entrance of the neighborhood? Is it 500 feet? Is it 300 feet? Is it 750 feet, 1,000? Help me understand what the distance is.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, yes. Earlier I misspoke saying that it was compliant, and to clarify, the roadway offset for a local roadway that's intersecting Locust Road from the nearest other intersection would be 660 feet. This does not meet that offset. However, we approved it due to the concerns regarding slope. Because if it was pushed farther away from that intersection, then the slope would become more of an issue. So it is 660 feet, and it is only about over 500.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any more questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, we have people sign up on this item.
Mr. Mayor, we do. Cody Bills.
And when your name is called, please come forward and state your name and address for the record and be recognized for 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Cody Bills. I live at 5060 South Locust Grove Road. My husband and I are here in favor of the project. We are actually the residents that reside on this project. And we are Idaho natives, and we have raised our boys there on this property. We bought this beautiful piece of property so that we could teach our kids farming and have some land, enjoy the area. And we are surrounded by wonderful neighbors who have been there way longer than we have. And we are in a position where we're done with farming, our boys are moving and leaving the nest, and we thought it would be a nice way to kind of transition to our next step of life and create a neighborhood that we are actually a part of. As you can imagine, since we moved there, we have been hit up by developers nonstop, and our neighbors have experienced the same thing. And so when it came to our decision, we actually went out and interviewed and found a developer that would work with us and create a community that we wanted to be part of that would be a nice transition, because we know the density is all around. And so when we had our neighborhood meeting, all of our community around us was very pleasantly surprised and very grateful that we were doing low density, because we wanted to be mindful of the traffic. We wanted to be mindful of the views, as Jaden just mentioned. And so, yeah, we're in favor of it. And we believe that the traffic issues that are going on now are due to, Eagle Road's been closed and all the construction. And with it being low density and such little homes, it's not going to make a huge impact on the traffic. And we just want to be good neighbors and create a really nice neighborhood, low density. That kind of something that was mentioned in the planning and zoning meeting is that the members of the committee there were grateful that it was low density, so it kind of transitions into the high density around the area. So we just ask that it gets passed and that we can work together as the community, and we're just grateful that we're ahead of you guys tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, that was everyone.
Is there anybody else present that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Or if you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one raising their hand online or coming forward, would the applicant like to close?
Just only if there are any further questions, but otherwise, thank you for your time and time from staff as well. Thanks for Linda working so hard on this. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Locke.
Maybe not a question for you, but for staff, there's a lot of comments about how you've worked well with the church. and they're your path to annexation here. I didn't see anything in the staff report that the church has submitted a letter of support or agreed to annexation. Linda, is that something that we require? And did I just miss it?
Mayor, council member. So the church was a part of our pre-application meeting when we met on this project, and they provided the affidavit of interest for the application to move forward on their behalf. So they are part of this. They just allowed Jaden and his group to do the work.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick staff clear up. On commission changes to staff recommendation, it says not recommending the temporary sidewalk along the church property. So is it your intention that we don't require the sidewalk?
If you choose not to, that was their recommendation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
to follow up on Councilman Overton's question, was it P and Z's recommendation not to require it if there was not to be roadway improvements within a year? Wasn't that more of what it was recommended?
Mr. Mayor, council member, so based on the testimony by the applicant at the last at the P and Z hearing, it's sounded like the project was already funded and would be done soon. But based on the conversation with ACHD today, so it's designed, they still have to get right away, but there is no construction scheduled at this time.
Mr. Mayor, a quick follow-up and a comment. So if we didn't require the sidewalks around the church, but this project would have to have those sidewalks put in, you would have 100 or however many feet long it is of just sidewalks just there, right? And that's kind of what we're looking at if we did not require the sidewalks around the church, potentially.
Correct. When the roundabout comes in, ACHD will be providing sidewalks along there, but until that happens, there won't be any. Yeah. I mean, even if it was just for the Locust Grove side, having a little something going up. But again, it is your call on how you want this to happen.
Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Is the applicant paying for those temporary sidewalks around the church?
Correct.
Okay.
So maybe just to highlight that one point, I know 1 mile north of this, we have a temporary sidewalk on the exact same corner that when the ACHD did the roundabout, they did not put in permanent sidewalk. Whatever happened during that process, make sure that doesn't happen in this process. If that does stay as something. So just for note.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm happy to at least kick off some deliberation. Just kind of at least share where I'm sitting right now. I came in many of my council members said, very excited about this project. Lower density. Honestly, the layout is a good use of the elevation. Small impact to a road network that's constrained but will be improved. Low impact on the surrounding schools. It checks a lot of boxes for me. The piece that I'm struggling to get past is how both the residents of this neighborhood and our community will be impacted by an entrance that, just doing crude math and a Google map, looks like that vehicles will enter and exit as the roundabout is essentially splitting. And our good mayor has been very vocal, and he and I've had some very robust debates about the benefits or non-benefits of roundabouts. I have traditionally been a fan. But every day I drive past Locust Grove and Victory at that roundabout and see an accident. Every day I see an accident. I've been a witness to 2 accidents because I've been there when they have occurred. And so I'm very sensitive to the traffic impacts that they have. And they are certainly going to be accelerated by the elevation of Locust Grove there at Amity. So I love every part about this project, but the access. And I don't know how you fix that. But it is, to me, tonight, too high of a barrier, because this is one of those things, like, I live just down the street from here, right? That I can envision 10 years from now, driving past there to go to the library and whatnot, and there's an accident right there. And it's going to be the people that are going to buy these lots, and it's going to be our residents that live in South Meridian that are going to be involved. And I don't want to create what I think is maybe already a challenging issue with roundabouts in this part of town, with having this entrance be on an elevated access. So I'm happy to hear feedback from my colleagues, but I'm really struggling to be supportive of this tonight, although I love every other part about it.
Well, since my roundabout views were brought up, and I too live stone's throw from this intersection. I don't know that I have an opinion about the distance. I just want to say thank you to ACHD for finally making a decision on what this is going to be. You know, that was a big hang up that we've had, that I've had. It's, you know, the limbo-ness of what this intersect was going to be an intersection or was going to be a roundabout. And I've asked ACHG to correct me then when I spoke with the director if I'm wrong, but if a roundabout goes in at this location, this will be the longest non-hill road with roundabouts in maybe Ada County, because you'll have 3 miles of roundabouts, which is quite a huge feat, because that's what they said they want to do, is actually create a network of roundabouts. So unless we're going to go back and say we think another type of intersection is better, I have to defer to the experts that they said this is the best location. Over time, our residents will figure out how to navigate roundabouts, I hope, my children included, as the case may be. But, you know, this is one of those things where this intersection, irregardless, is going to be a challenge. You know, I'm not so concerned about this elevation, because this one's pretty you have the crest all the way down. It's a lot longer of a down, length versus coming off of the other direction, which is much steeper. So the elevation changes, the location, I'm not as worried about it once people learn how to effectively navigate the roundabout issue. But this is what you get. You do get more accidents, irregardless. They're just not as bad and can hopefully get cleared up sooner. So just food for thought. That's all I got tonight is food for thought.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I want to clarify just this comment Councilman Cavanagh made about where this actually intersects. Linda, could you go back to the slide that showed sort of the roundabout design that the applicant had? And I don't know if it's to scale or if it's exact, but can you put the cursor to the best of your guess about where the access point about right there? So where does the road actually start to split for the roundabout? Do you know? Anybody? Is it going to be this?
This should be your median right here.
So the orange would be the median. And then where you see the two yellow lines, that's just kind of indicating there's no median in the roadway. It's just sort of,
Striping, it looks like.
yeah, okay. And maybe Carolee mentioned this from ACHD, but the distance from the roundabout to the access point, they were okay with that. That met their standards, or no?
It didn't meet the standards. It's a little shorter than the standards. The standard is 660. This is just over 500, she said.
About 100 feet more. Trying to get a better sense what the difference is between what they want to see and what they recommend and what we're actually seeing on the map.
So the recommendation from ACHD is that the distance would be 660 feet, but this location is just a little over 500 feet, so it does not meet the requirement, but they were okay with this location based on the elevations.
Then somewhat related on, do we know what the roadway network is supposed to look like in the future? Because it looked like on the east side of the property, that roadway continues on. Do we have any idea where that would continue through and connect to either Amity or somewhere else? Is there any indication, or do we have any understanding of what that might look like in the future? I know that's kind of an unfair question for you guys, but I'm just wondering if we have that.
Oh. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, we're hoping that in the future that these roads line up and then come this way eventually.
Yeah, thank you. That's kind of what I was thinking. There's got to be that. Obviously, there's a design here to have another access point out. Probably in 20 years.
Right, that's why you see the dead ends, that it's more of the cul-de-sac, so they can be extended in the future.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Linda, just looking back at the staff report and the access points for the church, and maybe this will get to Councilman Kavanagh's point. It looks like there are 3 access points on the church property. Is that correct? 2 onto Amity on the north and 1 onto Locust Grove, which would be on the southwest corner of that property.
Correct.
ACHD is recommending, at least looking at the staff report, that 1 of those be eliminated. Is that correct? The conditional use permit approved by Ada County required the applicant to eliminate the northwestern access.
That was when they received their conditional use permit through the county. They were supposed to get rid of one of those access points, and it doesn't look like they did. But that was when they were in the county with their
It looks like, Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Whitlock.
It looks like there may have been an access point right on the corner of Amity and Locust Grove, right in that northwest, that is now landscaped and buffered off. So it used to be 4 access points, but
correct.
no concern about the southwest access point onto Locust Grove by the county in their CUP process. And I would assume there haven't been really significant issues egressing or entering the church parking lot on that southwest corner at this point.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I guess just knowing the kind of traffic that would be there on a Sunday and evenings during the week, I'm not sure that 19 homes would generate significantly more traffic. And that access point on the church parking lot is certainly closer than the 660 feet. I guess I don't have as much heartburn about another access point a couple of 100 feet away from the current access point on the southwest corner of the church property. I just don't think you're going to generate the kind of traffic that would be generated 200 feet or 150 feet to the north coming and going from the church. Is just my observation.
Yeah, I'll just say, I don't know that three wrongs make a right, but again, I'm Victory and Locust Grove, the access points are as close, if not closer, from the, off a coastline. It's definitely below the 660 feet. You have another access point to the north off of Sagemore. Just to the north, it's got to be within 200 feet. I don't, I'm not, again, we see accidents there all the time. I'm not gonna say those are the right things, but you know,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Just a quick, again, using a Google measuring device, coastline to the center of the roundabout at Victory is 750 feet. So it's actually further distance than what is being proposed here. And again, just eyeballing it again from where kind of the applicant demonstrated where the access would be doesn't fall within 600 feet. It's closer to 450. And I think that's kind of where my heartburn is, you know, and perhaps, and this is, I think, a good question to the applicant is if they're willing to accept a condition that that entrance to the neighborhood, you know, doesn't exist less than 600 feet, I could maybe be open to that idea. I don't want to create a problem here. And I think it's less of a Sunday issue. I look at it as a 5:30 on a Tuesday issue with residents that are headed to South Meridian. And one of the residents of this house is trying to get in and can't because traffic's also heading northbound, that you've got some traffic problems. Or in the morning, someone's trying to rush out there and now you've got an accident before you get to the roundabout.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
You know, first blush, I really like this. And the problem is the more I'm looking at it, I got concerns. And part of that is how close it is to the roundabout. We've had decisions we've made on projects before where initially, when we look at it and we look at just this one, we think that looks really good. That's just fine. But we're going to put a stub street to the east. And we have to be thinking in our minds, sitting up here on the dais, that that could develop and push that much more traffic out onto Locust Grove. Or these folks could go out onto Amity. And I think we need to remember that this church is coming in as part of this annexation, so these other two lots would come in. And now we could see that property to the east as well come into the city or have an application. Could already be something they're watching tonight. I can't help but look at that and think about how that whole corner is going to develop and how much residential we're going to plug in that close to the corner. I'm still confused on the sidewalk issue. If we're not going to require sidewalks around the church, then it's an absolute no-go for me because I would never approve sidewalks that end up going nowhere once they leave this applicant's property. I think we'd be looked at as fools trying to be staring at this in 10 years if the roadway projects are delayed and we still have dirt on the side of the roads because we never did the right thing and required the sidewalks when we had the opportunity, which is annexation. And that's what we're here for tonight. So I'm not in favor right now unless something changes, at least in what I'm told about how the sidewalk situation is going to be. No, I have to trust the experts from ACHD if they think that's going to be fine when it deals with the elevation. I think when they take that old rural 2-lane Locust Grove and they make it a 3-lane, which is in their plans, it's going to raise that roadbed because I've watched them do it other places. I watched them do it at my subdivision to the point that I've got quite a lip trying to get out of it. And I think you're going to be dealing with that down the road because they're going to try to mitigate that slope going down that hill. That's just a matter of timing because we don't know when that road's going to get built. That's all I got.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I think the characteristics of the site probably don't allow for really a different access point. Unless the applicant can show us, I think this is, the access point we're seeing is probably what the only option probably is, unless there's another way the site could be redesigned. I know we still, the public hearing's still open, so maybe we could ask the question is there, I mean, if you want to come on up and let me ask you this question, is there another way to design the site to allow that access point to be further south?
The simple answer is yes, but in my view, the correct answer is no. Going back to the constraint being the roundabout intersection and ACHD's request to push an intersection as far away from an intersection, existing intersection on these collector roads as possible. Just to clarify, it's 550 feet for that intersection there. ACHD's 650. The ACHD is asking to push that intersection back as far as possible for the site access point because that is a safety concern for them. They say we want to get these intersections as far back as possible so that we can provide safe entrance, left turn, right turn, however, from an intersection. However, the other constraint is the fact that Locust Grove has that crest there. And with the crest, there's a site distance conflict that takes place. So when you get into the traffic engineering side of it all, which I only took traffic engineering 1 in college, so I'm not an expert and I would never claim to be. However, where it goes into is the idea that as the car crests the hill, they need a certain amount of sight distance in order to crest the hill, see over the hood of your car and see something in front of you. So the idea is this is the balancing act between pushing the intersection as far back from the intersection as possible so that there is adequate spacing for ACHD's policy, and then also the safety issue of can you add that distance on the other side away from the crest of the hill as far as possible. And that's just looping back to why we had the traffic engineer who actually took way more classes than I did on it, study it and say, this is the best location to have it because it should meet both setback standards. Going back to it again, ACHD in their staff report did say that this would need to be reviewed by their internal traffic design reviewer. They would need to say, yes, we concur with everything. This would make sense there. So the answer being, yes, you could put the intersection anywhere. No, the intersection is most likely the best in this place based off of the traffic engineer. So yes and no, I think there. Thank you.
Yep. Answered my question. Mr. Mayor, that's very helpful. Thank you. Just some of my thinking here. So, we're going to have a roundabout. I don't think we're going to be having a different type of intersection. So this problem doesn't change with necessarily, I mean, this property has this unique characteristics that we're discussing and debating tonight will be true today as it will be in 5 years or 10 years or whatever down the future. I also look at this map right here, it kind of helps you see, when you stub that road through, how many more homes potentially would you bring in? Clearly you will have some, but they will also have an access or an exit point onto Amity Road. There's going to be other ways of flowing. And it's not like we're looking at hundreds of acres of potential development that would come out that roadway that's being proposed to be developed within this subdivision. So I appreciate the explanation on kind of finding that balance. It is within under the 660 feet, which I understand why that's a concern, but it feels like smarter people than me have said this is probably, with this unique property, this is the best you can probably do. I'm comfortable, I think, with how that's proposed, though I certainly may not be smart enough to understand how the roadway grading might be different, but that's clearly going to come after this property is probably developed, with ACHD doesn't have funding plan to do any construction till, I think you said 2029 or 2030, if I'm recalling correctly. Well, actually, it's not even funded yet. It's not funded yet. So I asked myself, well, if not this, then what? I don't know that the then what changes much from this. I don't see what you do differently to give us, frankly, a housing product that we would like more of. These half acres, larger homes. This is kind of nice as part of town. it matches our future land use with the low density residential. We want to see that kind of stuff. So if not this, then what are we going to have? ACHD says they're okay with that, and the traffic studies are saying this is how you would lay this out. I'm comfortable enough with that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think Councilmember Taylor brings up the very fair and valid questions, and I think the hard answer is probably the right answer, which is you've got to rely on development to the east to come in first with that kind of interconnectivity that exists with some of the neighborhoods that are already there off of Amity. This, is kind of a weird, small new annexation, but kind of functions a little bit like infill in that it's reliant, I think, on some other development to occur. Jaden, maybe just a question for you and your team. You recognize, right? We try to work collaboratively and find the right path forward. 550 feet, would you guys also accept a condition that would make your entrance to your neighborhood right in, right out?
Most likely, it does get a bit tough if somebody wants to go southbound on Locust Grove or the right in, right out. The trouble with the right in, right out is in order for someone to turn into that intersection without that roundabout to the south there. I think if there was a way to do it, it would be potentially when that roundabout is completed, it allows that right in, right out. So someone could then travel southbound, exiting the site because they could travel northbound, right in and there. So it might be a bit of a clause. That might be the way to do it. Say, hey, as soon as that roundabout's done, this needs to be then converted to a right in, right out to allow somebody to come in. But then it still goes back to the idea of people trying to get into the intersection, coming from the northbound, headed southbound. Turning into that intersection gets tough unless they go all the way and loop. If there's an existing roundabout in the south, it would work great because then, all right, yeah, you have a longer commute, but you do it. So it's a bit tough. Like, yes, but in theory, it works great. It might have some clauses that might help it.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Appreciate kind of the thought of like, hey, let's do that when the roundabout happens. So let's for a minute look into our crystal ball, right? We heard from ACHD 2029, maybe, right? This project's ridiculously successful, right? As soon as you announce your lots are pre-sold because everybody wants this type of housing product in this part of Meridian. You build, everything's long gone and done by 2028, 2029. Roundabout doesn't get built till 2032. How does the city come back and get this right in, right out done? You guys are done, moved on to many more successful projects. Your residents are happy, and yet this issue remains without a mechanism for the city to kind of enforce.
I think what happens in those scenarios is ACHD would be in charge of the road and what's in their right of way. And Carolee can, if she's still on, and hopefully if she's not bored to death with my talking about what she says or not. I think what happens in those scenarios is the city goes to ACHD and says, hey, we have a problem that we need to address. This is a point that we would like to handle. Can ACHD, can you do something about this intersection? So yes, it does get tricky in that scenario to say, hey, can we pin this to the developer, and can the developer provide some sort of appeasement to it? I think what happens right now is ACHD has reviewed it and said, we are good with it at this point. And there, I think, the ideal scenario in a right in, right out is the parcel to the east, the 20 acres or so to the east develops. And then all of a sudden there's a great secondary access somewhere else. This developer doesn't own that land. If it was a master plan community, it'd be a much easier way to say this access is very limited. We can't make this access work for a 2-lane or something like that.
Just for your benefit, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Don't know where the rest of council is. This has been a good conversation. I think if I were to be supportive, it would be a condition. You guys would need to do it. You'd probably need to do it with development of the neighborhood. I want to make sure I'm being real transparent with you. I hear what you're saying on be great later on. I don't want to, again, I won't be here at that time to then somebody remember to say, hey, ACHD, the council talked about this 7 years ago, go build this. They're going to say, well, you should have conditioned that if that was something that you wanted. So just trying to be upfront with you. Like if I were to be supportive, it would be based on a condition that you guys would build this right in, right out upon construction and development of your neighborhood.
Can we flesh it out a little bit more just with it? I don't want to, if that's okay. I guess the intersection of the south, so Amity, Locust Grove, if anyone remembers what the intersection to the south would be, that one further down Locust Grove.
Lake Hazel is already a roundabout.
And so that's a roundabout in that scenario. In that scenario, the ask of the lot owners would be, instead of making a left-hand turn, you're traveling southbound on Locust Grove, instead of making a left-hand turn into your subdivision here, you have to travel a quarter mile, 3/4 mile down, turn around and get into it. I guess if it's between a denial of a subdivision and a right in, right out, there's probably the idea that a right in, right out would be agreeable. Potentially my disagreement might be different with it, but yes, if it was, hey, this is the death penalty, or you can take this plea deal, we're probably taking the plea deal on that one.
Not
there.
make it that.
Of course,
but I
of course.
appreciate it. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Will Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I am really liking this development. I think we don't have enough of these. I think that we get a lot of demand for this, and I love seeing, excuse me, the family that farmed it, that raised their kids, that are still staying there. I think all of that is about as good as it gets. Little concerned about the road. I wish it was longer. I'm sorry, it's allergy season for me. That we don't have the full 660 feet that ACHD would like to see. But with that slope, I certainly understand their concern. My concern with making a right in, right out is I have seen so many people lately, when they can't get to where they want to with their intersection, are making turns in the middle between intersections. And I think that, especially when it probably really wouldn't be needed to start with until that roundabout got in, it wouldn't be convenient. I think we just encourage people to do what's convenient if it's really not the right thing, and that's not going clear to the roundabout to get turned around. And so at this point, where ACHD didn't bring it up, I would be fine with just leaving it as it is and move forward with this development. Not sure about the sidewalks, to be honest. I don't see creating sidewalks that are going nowhere. And hopefully then when ACHD puts the roundabout in, then we have nice sidewalks instead of temporary sidewalks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Unless council wants to continue to discuss and ask questions, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on item 8.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
A lot of really good discussion. This is kind of a hard one, given some of the circumstances, but I want to focus on what I think is really good about this. First off, I think it's a great story. I love that you can come, you can have a piece of property, you can raise your family there, you can then evolve into the next phase, what that looks like. We believe in personal property rights and the ability to have control of our future and our destiny. And I really think that we should be trying our best to work to help the citizens of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, to live that, to flesh that out. So to me, I think that is something important to consider. This is a housing type that we don't see a lot of, that I think we want to see more of. This is a great part of the city that is, hopefully we can see more of that. But I like how the property is laid out. I think applicants tried to accommodate the neighbors really well. I think that the way they've designed the development makes sense. I think it's good. I think they've done the best that they can. And frankly, I don't really see what would be different in the future with what we may see here. So I hate to stand in the way of something that we see would be there. So given that ACHD has not indicated that this is a major problem where the access point is, and that we've done our best to find that middle ground, I think that bodes well for this application. I won't make a motion yet if there's other council members that want to continue to discuss this a little bit now that we've closed the public hearing. But I will be making a motion to approve this application at the appropriate time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I would just echo a lot of what Councilman Taylor said, and if not this, then what? And that what doesn't get any better than what we have here, I believe. So I'm also in the same camp of leaning on the expertise of the Ada County Highway District that have looked at this, looked at the crest of the hill, balanced the safety concerns as well as the ingress and egress into this property, and signed off on that access point where it's proposed. So I have to rely on the experts from that standpoint. And then I as well, if we've got concerns about access on Locust Grove, then we probably ought to have concerns about the church's ingress and egress there on Locust Grove as well. That church has been there a long time, and I'm not aware of significant issues that they've had on the Locust Grove side on Sundays or Tuesdays or Wednesday evenings when youth groups are there. I'm not aware of major concerns with that. So again, just echoing a lot of what Councilman Taylor I think this is a good project. I like the story behind it. I like the fact that this is a product that I think is in high demand, and it's 19 homes. It's not a huge impact. It does open up opportunities to the east. I recognize that, but those properties to the east also have an opportunity to have access points onto Amity Road. So I'm going to be in favor of this project tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I guess the one, before I make a motion, and maybe council can weigh in a little bit as to what to do with the sidewalks. I go back and forth because temporary sidewalks to get pulled, torn up here in a few years, but maybe a few years is a long time. It's strange to me to just put a few sidewalks in the middle of, what is still a fairly rural area. My inclination is to still require the sidewalks throughout across the church as the city is recommending, and not to waive that requirement. So unless anyone disagrees, that would be my intent in my motion. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we approve application H-2025-0013. Yep, as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of October 14th, 2025. And to clarify that we do intend that the sidewalks be extended around the church property as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton. Whitlock.
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 nay, and the item is agreed to. Okay. Best of luck. Council, do we need a break, or we just want to move on? Okay. All right. Next up is item 9, which is a public hearing for UDC text amendment ZOA 2025-0001. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Last item on the agenda was, I labeled it part two of our UDC discussion. I was here before you in August talking about all the changes that we had shared with the UDC focus group. Council at that time elected to hold back two additional items, one being drive-throughs and the other being secondary dwellings or accessory use, accessory dwelling units. And so wanted to at least give you some context. I think probably all of you've seen the public record, received some public testimony on this item. Given the circumstances around what's happened with a previous application that you acted on at that same hearing on the 12th. But I know the council is aware, but I surely want to make the public aware that we've been messing with the drive-through standards for over a year. This is the third time that I've been in front of you trying to get the standards better. As I mentioned in my previous presentations, we've seen a large amount of drive-throughs coming through into our city. Not only fast food, and as you all know, drive-throughs aren't all the same. And we've talked about that numerous times at our various hearings. Under the current code, a drive-through is an accessory use. And so therefore it goes in concert with some other use. And as we've talked at previous hearings, a bank with a teller window or an ATM is still considered a drive-through, but they don't function the same. A Dutch Brothers with two drive-throughs functions quite a bit differently, but under our code, it's the same. And depending on whether or not you're within 300 feet of another drive-through or 300 feet of an existing residence would dictate whether it's approved at the director level or at a public hearing through a conditional use permit. So again, that's what's on the books today. A CUP is only required when those two things exist. You're within 300 feet of another drive-through or 300 feet of an existing residence. So the purpose of what what we've been trying to do as a city for the last year and several meetings that we've had is better define our drive-through standards. The intent was never to make the process easier or get out of a process. It was meant to say, we understand that all drive-throughs are not the same and we need to get a handle on what that is. And so the proposal that I've shared with all of you brings that to you. It comes with a tiered approach to treat them differently because they aren't different. Over the years with our conversations, we also talked about the requirements. What other things do we need to put into what other standards do we need to make sure that they don't impact adjacent property owners? That was what I had in my proposal to you as well. So again, that goes to highlight number two. What are we trying to do? Better define drive-through businesses, what they are, and how to differentiate. We're doing that. Two, more express standards. We're doing that. And I'll get into my presentation a little bit more. And then three, probably what you've seen in the public testimony is we're trying to make it easier. We're not trying to make it easier. Probably the biggest difference between the changes that are on the books today and what I have, the UDC focus group and staff has proposed to City Council is whether or not we want a CUP. You can't hear me? Okay, sorry. What we're trying to do is not require a CUP when another drive-through is adjacent to another drive-through, but the current or the proposed change still requires a CUP if the drive-through is next to an adjacent residential use. So again, that portion of the UDC changes are staying consistent with what we currently have on the books. I also noted here just a few other things. The UDC does not currently grant the City Council authority on conditional use permits. That is granted to our Planning and Zoning Commission. So again, if you've looked at the public testimony, it implies that you guys would lose that right to do that. And you don't have that unless somebody appeals either the director's decision or the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision. And that's why that application a month ago was before you. As part of my presentation tonight too, I wanted to, these are word for word the exact standards in the UDC. A currently states that, goes back to what I already stated, that if you're within 300 feet of another a residential use or a drive-through, conditional use permit, unless you're separated by an arterial street. Or if you're in an old town zone, you're doing a conditional use permit. So that's really the only requirement for a CUP currently. And then everything else is basically showing us you're stacking your windows, you're ordering, similar to what we have in our current code. Now, about a week ago, or at least a month ago, when I approached city council with the changes, you guys wanted me to take it back, go back to our group, the expert that I had been working on the drive-through standards, and define the tiers a little bit better. And so about a week ago, I was able to formulate that and disseminate that information to you so you guys could digest that before tonight's hearing. So I truly wanted to be transparent on what we were trying to achieve here and not go outside of process. So you did get a strike-through underlying version of the drive-through standards. And I didn't give you a comparison of what I presented to you a month ago. But what I did in the table, I highlighted what I changed and the reason for the change. So I remember based on that, our discussion back on August 12th, you guys said, I remember Councilwoman Strader asking, why do we allow drive-throughs in Old Town? So she had asked us to look at that. So I went ahead and honored that request based on what she had said. And again, all of this is on the table for your deliberation tonight, of course. But I removed the requirement to allow, or proposing anyways, to remove that element from our Old Town zoning district. C, the highlighted section C, the types of drive-through, that currently is not in our code. As I mentioned, we do not define the different drive-through types. But I know this was a topic of discussion on our August 12th meeting. You felt, I quote Council President Kavanaugh, words matter. And so I went back to the gentleman that I was working with from that has done drive-throughs throughout the country. And I said, hey, I've gotten this feedback from our council. What can I do better? Or what can we do better to come up with some more express standards to make it clear what a tier 1 is versus a tier 2 and what a tier 3 is? And so tier 1, 2, and 3 has been rewritten from what you previously saw a month ago or back in August. And so one of the concerns was that with a tier 2, I had including mobile options, mobile ordering only. And you thought that implied that it could still be a dual lane drive-through. And I was like, no, that wasn't the intent. But in discussions on working through and taking your feedback, we realized that even somebody with an online mobile service or online ordering service could be low impact, order online, go pick up your food and not have a lot of cars stacking or impacting the neighborhood. So we went ahead and made that change and took it out of the tier 2 and the tier 3 and made it explicit as a tier 1, similar to the other less impactful uses. So really with the idea behind the tier 1, the tier 2, and the tier 3, we're trying to go from least amount of impact to the most amount of impact. So with tier 2 and tier 3, again, primarily those are associated with our restaurant uses. Again, a restaurant is a principally permitted use in many of our commercial districts. The only time that would require a conditional use permit is if they had that drive-through component and they were within 300 feet of another residence. So then the ability for a CUP is still there under the proposed change. But what the previous code had versus this code, it did not designate that it would only have one ordering point, one stacking lane, one escape lane, and one pickup window. So we provided more express standards there that if you have all these 4 items, you are going to be classified as tier 2. And then tier 3, again, is that more impactful use, your Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out, double stacking. And so even your McDonald's, because if you've been at a McDonald's, sometimes they'll have 2 ordering points, but only 1 stacking lane. And then they have pull forward lanes if they get backed up. So tier 3 went one step further and said, if you have 2 ordering points and 1 stacking lane, you're still a tier 3. So we built in all of these different scenarios so that we would clearly define what a tier 3 would be going forward. I think we've got it right this time. I feel better based on the feedback that I heard from council. I think this does define, like, at least define a tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3 a lot better than what I had previously presented to you on the 12th. The other part of the change that I wanted to share with you was the comment that the mayor made about pull forward or designating parking stalls. And then I went back to McDonald's and remembered how they operate, or how sometimes some of these other fast food restaurants like to have their customers pull forward into even parking stalls. So again, if at any time the director and or the commission or city council deems that the capacity is insufficient, there's the ability to require pull forward parking or pickup parking so that people can help guide traffic through the drive-through. And then, of course, as I mentioned to you last time, if an applicant does not want to meet any one of these standards, they have the right to get in front and go through the conditional use, the public hearing process, and convince the commission that the way they operate, they can operate better than what our standards are. So anyways, I know we have part 2 to our discussion, but I go ahead and pause there. I know you guys have had a chance to look at these drive-through standards, but just looking for any feedback or comments from the council at this point.
Council, any question?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, just first start with compliment, appreciate the efforts on, I think night and day difference between kind of the definitions of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 we're seeing today versus what is presented. I hope you know too, and while we appreciate good public feedback, I think council is well aware of the long process that we've been going through. And, certainly, right, we've had some drive-through as served as a good example as to why we have been doing this work for so long. So I appreciate it. Couple just food for thoughts and, kind of gut responses, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of the council. I would need a little bit more convincing about removing drive-throughs from being permitted in the Old Town region. I understand my good colleague, she's not here tonight, had some strong feelings on that. But one of the things about, I think, Old Town is that we contemplate lots of different types of uses, sometimes untraditional uses. And I've always am going to be a little apprehensive about potentially creating a little bit of a vacuum that takes away maybe a particular type of use, recognizing again that we've got, a coffee shop that classifies as a drive-through that's here in Old Town. You've got some banks that classify as drive-throughs in Old Town. So I'm not quite sold on that. And I don't know if staff has a recommendation or that's just being responsive to the council. When it comes to kind of staff level decisions versus not, I think we talked about this last time. Tier 1s to me, I think personally think are a no-brainer. That's an easy staff level decision. It's tier 2 and tier 3. And it's not that necessarily that it needs to land on our plate or on the planning and zoning's plate. It's that I think it's important that we have a public hearing component associated with that. And so giving our residents that opportunity to weigh in on the real world impacts that those proposed uses would have on them, whether that again stays with planning and zoning or comes to us, I don't have necessarily a dog in either fight. I just do think that public hearing process, that component is going to be critical. So kind of my general thoughts. And again, credit to the mayor for kind of flagging the importance of kind of additional parking for mobile drive-through. So I'm supportive of that addition as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Bill, if you could just touch on, we define tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What's the difference in the process each one of those tiers goes through when they apply with the city? What is a tier 3 different from a tier 1 when they come in and apply through the city for that drive-through?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, the only difference you're going to see is they've got to meet those requirements and still provide the stacking that's defined in all of those sections below. So if a tier 3 were to come in and it was next to a residential use, we're going to tell them that's a conditional use permit. If a tier 3 came in and it was right in the middle of a commercial development with nothing around it, it was just a vacant lot, it's staff level. And that's how it is currently today. It's the same thing today. If someone were to come in at 10 Mile and they were the first drive-through in and they met the standards, we're approving it administratively because again, the code says a drive-through is accessory and it's only if you hit those things that require a conditional use permit. So it's always been staff level, contingent on where it lands in relationship to either another drive-through or residential use. So that's why I don't want the council or the public to misconstrue that we're trying to take it away from the public realm. We're not. It's there still. Because the reality is, regardless of this change or keeping the current code, it's still whether or not you're next to another drive-through or next to a residential use. Again, if it's somebody in 10 Mile, they're the first restaurant in with a drive-through or a coffee shop or a bank with a drive-through. If they meet the standards, we're approving it administratively. The director has, that's what the code says. We can do that. It's accessory to that primary use, which is either a bank, a restaurant, dry cleaner. The list goes on and on.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
So let's say we're looking at the one we just talked about, which was across a private drive from a residential area. That's no brainer. What about when we're opening up some of our open areas of the city and there's nothing out there except now we've got a tier 3 wanting to come in, but it's next to what should become a residential plat of land? Do we look at that as just an empty piece of land and they're the first ones built? Or do we look at that as future residential, in which case a tier 3 should go through the process?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Overton, we're looking at it, it's vacant land and they'll know it's there when they build something next to it. Because they're the first one in. That's historically how we've looked at industrial adjacent to future residential. You know what you're buying next to because it's there. So Council President Kavner, if I can give you my if you want staff's recommendation on Old Town, yes, it was more of.
Bill, speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. Council President Kavner, was something that I heard from the council, so I put it on the table, but staff doesn't have one opinion. I'm with you. We have some drive-throughs in the Old Town Zone. Definitely don't want to create a non-conforming issue if we don't have to, but it's something that I heard, so I thought at least be cognizant of that and show you that that is an option if that's what council wanted to do.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, just on that issue, I've spent a lot of time in the last 6 to 9 months thinking about Old Town and downtown and all that kind of stuff. When I saw you strike that, I was a little bit puzzled. I understand the desire, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense to me personally. My opinion, I would like to see that put back in. One thing I've really appreciated though, just moving on to another kind of different topic, I've appreciated the sort of the thorough discussion we've had and kind of clearly identifying the distinctions in different types of uses with the drive-throughs. Generally, I'm pretty supportive of allowing for greater efficiency for people working with the city to have staff level approval of these, but only if there's a lot of clarity around what we've empowered staff to do. We've seen in recent actions that having more clarity is more helpful in staff understanding what we want to see and what we don't want to see. I think we're quickly arriving to what I think is enough clarity that's not only good for those working with us, but as folks are looking to bring projects forward, they have a lot of clarity about what to expect when they're working with us. So I really appreciate that. Maybe when this is over, we're going to start calling you Bill, the drive-through King Arson. So I know you've spent a lot of time on this. And as I've said before, to my utter amazement, I never thought I'd spend so much time on drive-throughs in this position. But I like where this is going. I think we're pretty close to having something I think is helpful. But my desire when I look at efficiency and customer service is how can we make things more predictable, more efficient, move things along. So I like where we're headed with all of this.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Lowell Roberts.
Mr. Mayor and Bill, thank you. Appreciate all the work that you've done on this. Yeah, I was concerned when I saw the Old Town and automatically not doing any drive-throughs. I think that with the ones that we have, and I think it's something I think we should stay open to and just be extremely careful with any in the future. But I think that the clarity we're getting is great and can be very helpful in that situation. So really happy with the work that you've done. So thank you very much.
So would you like to take public testimony on this stuff right here, right now? Or do you want to keep going and then come back to any comments from the public?
Mayor, Council, I'm happy just to hit on the ADU real quick, and then we can open it up for a public comment. Because we got just one little change to the ADU is very, I remember if you're good with that. All right, perfect. Thank you. So the second item, and Caleb, thank you for hanging out with me tonight. But he was the one that said, keep them paired together so we can just do one ordinance was the goal, I think, at the end of it. But basically, we were here talking with the accessory dwelling units or secondary dwelling, whatever you want to call it. But I did make the change that I heard from, again, the council during that meeting where you thought it was appropriate to remove the requirement for residents to live on the property 6 months out of the year. So that language has been removed. So it should be good to go to move forward based on the feedback that we got from that hearing. And with that, I'd stand for any questions and allow you to maybe open it up to public testimony.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions for staff at this time? Mr. Clerk, do anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
We had one sign up, Wade Ramsey.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, council members. My name is Wade Ramsey. I am at 4013 West Lost Rapids in Meridian. Full disclosure, on September 9th, you appointed me to SWAC. Thank you. This has nothing to do with that. I am also the elected president for Bainbridge, the HOA that was here on that same meeting to keep you here until 11 o'clock, chatting about in and out. I was out of town, but our vice president spoke. This topic and the drive-through thing has obviously touched some nerves in our neighborhood, so I just wanted to bring some thoughts there. But first, more importantly, you don't hear thank you enough. Thank you. Year after year, issue after issue, planning and zoning and the city council has been great partners for our neighborhood and our area in 10 Mile and Chinden, for the neighborhoods there, and we appreciate it. You don't hear that enough, but if it's important enough for us to keep planning and zoning here until 11 and you here until 10, it's important enough for me to show up and say thank you in person tonight. So regarding UDC amendments that you're considering, clearly some of this is work that you've been doing for quite a while, and there's some issues that common threads here that I wanted to comment on. Some of the amendment language, if it's reported accurately, and I'm not going to repeat some of it because I assume it's not, but there is some noise about that social media wise and reporting on Boise Dev, that sort of stuff. And look, our neighborhood and our community benefited greatly from that process, the public testimony process and those sorts of things regarding in and out. And I know in and out and Raising Cane's were the two issues that kind of touch on this issue most and pull at the heartstrings most over the last several months you guys have dealt with. From our standpoint, we benefited from that as a neighborhood, and we don't want for you to do anything that denies future neighborhoods from being able to voice and take advantage of that same process. And that's our concern. If what I hear is correct, tier 1, we have no issues with, clearly, right? Tier 2 and tier 3 are where we have our issues, or tier 4, right? But we greatly benefited from that. Other people are going to benefit from that. And so I'd encourage you to consider that piece, right? Anything that comes from, not to take anything away from the staff who does a fantastic job. Obviously the efficiency piece is a big deal, but taking anything away from the elected officials and public accountability and public hearing is not what we want to see. So there's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay. All right. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide public testimony on this item? Sally?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Sally Reynolds, 1166 West Bacall Street. So I'm kind of here at the request of several residents that are in my area. And I'll start off by saying I have been on open space committees. I've been on city code committees with Bill. And so I understand the process and the work and the amount of, drilling down to the exact words that go into this. And so thank you staff for that. I think I will just echo everything the gentleman before me said. I think that at least people on my side of town really appreciated being able to weigh in on that. And I know that there are members on this council who appreciate the public process and are willing to listen to the residents, even when it can be a little bit hard, but that is what makes Meridian great. And so I don't want to see anything taken away from that. I do appreciate the different tiering. I think that that's a wonderful job. I do agree with, I would like to see with Councilmember Overton on tier 2 and tier 3. I mean, at the minimum, having a public notice and a public hearing, whether it's at commission level or coming before this body. I think the reason that you saw so much public testimony come in about this is because of what happened in my area with the Sagara Orchard Park development. And it happened from planning staff making a unilateral decision under accessory use. And that's what this is. So people saw accessory use and they were thinking they're going to have unilateral decision-making abilities to just put drive-throughs wherever they want because we just saw that happen. I have a 4-story building in my backyard that was supposed to be 3 stories. So that I think is, if you want a little bit of explanation where that's coming from, but I would really, really recommend that we hopefully have public notices and public hearing on tiers 2 and 3, even if they are in the middle of any, nowhere, because I think that the future land use map and potential development does need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Seeing no one further wishing to testify, council? Your direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe at least for the easy ones, I don't see any need to make any changes to the language changes on the ADU. I don't know if anybody else on council has, we didn't hear any comments, so check, easy one. I think council, it's probably important for us to at least deliberate and discuss about drive-throughs, being permitted, not permitted in Old Town. I know it was stricken. We went back and forth. I don't know if, I know, again, we've got one council member who had a strong opinion who's not here. I don't know if there's more council that shares that same opinion. I've tried to weigh in on that, but I also want to be, I'm trying really hard to not bulldoze one decision or another on this particular one tonight. I guess maybe to put a better question, would anyone be opposed if we removed the strike through that is before us about not within the, I guess it's on one of the other pages about drive-throughs within the Old Town. Is there anyone opposed with removing the strike through that was put in by staff? Okay. Maybe move forth with that one. Mr. Mayor, council, any concern about the definitions that have been provided for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? Or I guess any additional changes that have come from staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
President Cavanagh, I feel like I'm getting really picky here. But in the world of what's approved to be built, simply stating that if a tier 2, tier 3 drive-through comes in first, next to an area that's supposed to be R8, but there's nothing there, then an R8 application comes in and they start building single-family homes before the drive-through gets built. Those people aren't going to know which one was filed first, and they're not going to care. They're going to know that we have a drive-through within 300 feet of a residential area. And I somehow would like to see that if we already know how some of these areas are going to be zoned, that we somehow try to capture the fact that 300 feet in instances where we know we're going to have residential built counts, or as though residential was already built. at least have a discussion on that. Otherwise, we can end up in a situation where we're approving drive-throughs in an area that eventually they're going to say, why in the heck did we do that?
So, Mr. Mayor, maybe a question for my colleague.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Councilmember Overton, are you suggesting then that it be modified that within 300 feet of a residential area as identified on the future land use map?
Definitely an item for discussion.
Okay.
I think that would be more inclusive of what we were looking at, as opposed to being your first in, get approved, and then whatever else comes around you. I think I think we always have to be looking a step or two down the road for who that next development's going to be and who's going to live there.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Councilmember Overton, I think I'm tracking with what you're proposing. You're trying to just make sure that we're doing as much due diligence as possible for potential impacts. And, you know, from my perspective is if 2s and 3s are having a public hearing, then that's at least giving that voice, and there's no change in terms of operations, I guess, at that point. So I would want to get some feedback from our staff about what that impact would be to them, and maybe I'm sure that they've considered this, so why that was ruled out, and maybe they can give us some context that we don't have in front of us. So, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, maybe just hear from Bill and Caleb on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Missionary.
for the planning, could I add a legal context maybe to put around that as well? Because I understand where you're coming from, Councilmember Overton, but the way the code is established, conditional uses are based on existing uses that are surrounding that use. And so the problem you have is I'm trying to envision the basis a council could use to deny a conditional use for a drive-through in an area where there is no existing people around it, unlikely to have very many people even testify because they don't live there. And what basis or grounds would a council be able to say, we won't allow a drive-through there when our zoning allows it? So I think if your concern is if you don't want to, and I think it's a very legitimate rationale that you've posed where you could have, what you're trying to avoid is a drive-through business trying to be first in. Well, just get approved today, get bare ground, there's nothing out here, nobody's going to complain, and then we'll just build it 10 years from now when there's actually people. And you're right, you're going to have people saying, when did this happen? I didn't know about it, I had no idea. So how do we address that? And I think from a legal standpoint, you're going to have to figure that out more in the zoning context than the CUP context on what you might allow or not allow. But it would be more problematic, I think, to try to do it in the way you're proposing. Although I agree with what your concern is, I don't think this is the avenue we can get there. So that's something, but again, planning may have a different perspective or a different way of approaching it. But that'd be my concern is I don't know what grounds we would have to deny it just because it could impact somebody who isn't here, who doesn't exist yet, and may not be built, may not be there before the drive-through is there. So I don't know. That's the concern I would have.
Or that they might come in with a different zoning request,
Sure.
change the comp plan for an adjacent property.
Yes.
Before or after.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
maybe, and if I'm hearing Councilman Overton correctly, it's more clear to say we don't want to see that happen without a public hearing around that. We don't want to say staff can make those approvals without the opportunity to vet it. And I just want to make sure I'm kind of tracking this correctly because what Bill's proposing or what staff is proposing with this, that's not going to change anything in terms of P&Z would still be allowed to grant these CUPs. Or are you, and again, so many words here, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following this correctly. With the new proposed changes, would P&Z still have the same role that they have today with what you're suggesting? That doesn't change, correct?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Taylor, that is correct. If, again, only if they were within 300 feet of a residence or the applicant did not want to comply with the standards, then they could voluntarily go through that CUP process. Now, I would also mention to council, a lot of times with a CC zone or CG zone, there's hours of operation that are locked down when you abut a and there may be an opportunity where you could see a CUP for extended hours of operation for the drive-through to operate. So there's other, like Mr. Neri was explaining, there's other avenues that kind of get you there. It goes back to our discussion on the 12th is if we really want to prevent bad things from happening, then that's where we look at annexation and say, your concept plan has 8 drive-throughs. I don't want 8 drive-throughs here. I want 2 drive-throughs on your site. That's where we probably need to focus in and say, if we're looking at the bigger area and we want to annex you with a concept plan, that's where we need to dive in and maybe look at those details a little bit more. At least from a staff's perspective, that's where you have that ability to say, this is residential next here. Why do you have a drive-through next to it? Because that's where neighbors don't always call us and say, hey, what's planned next to me? Because a lot of times with a CUP, you're expected to build that within a certain time frame. And if you don't, then you ask for a time extension or you start over. It just depends what process you take. But the expectation is you have 2 years to start that use.
Mr. Mayor, follow up. Maybe try to clarify my thoughts here a little bit. So Bill, help me out. I'm a tier 2, tier 3, and I'm the first one into a big open area of the city. I'm still getting a public hearing. I'm going in front of planning and zoning.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Overton, if it's annexed and zoned and it's consistent with their concept plan and they're the first one in, they're getting an administrative approval.
Okay.
For that accessory drive-through. If it's consistent with their entitlements, their zoning.
That's what I thought. Thank you. So to answer your question, here's my concern. I've met with builders and developers multiple years ago on projects they're planning. They're laying them out. They've got this. They want to do it, but they haven't come to the city yet and applied. And now before they do in this area, then a drive-through comes in and administratively gets approved. There's no public hearing. But yet I know I've looked at this, but it doesn't exist yet because it hasn't even started the city process. That's the situation I'm talking about. I feel like I'm not doing my job and somehow I'm dropping the ball on how this can happen.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
this predates me serving on the council, so maybe this would just help clarify. And I mean, we've had 2 in and outs. There's one that was not approved a couple of weeks ago. There was one that was approved several years ago. Did that require a conditional use permit in that southwest corner of the village parking lot, which is probably half a mile from residential? Again, that predates me, so I don't know what the process was, but it'll help me refine my thoughts here.
Mayor, members of Councilman Whitlock.
Still can't
Get into that. Eat that mic.
Yeah. Usually you guys hear me pretty well. I'll have to start talking like Nick, I guess, get a loud voice. But in that particular case, that drive-through was not within 300 feet of a residential use or another drive-through. It was approved at staff level. The director approved that. So yes, administratively approved. So it did not require that.
That helps. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Whitlock.
And Councilman Overton kind of started down a path that I was thinking. You've done a great job defining the types of drive-throughs, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. But when I first read it, it was then, so what? I mean, we have better definitions of what a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 is. But looking here, it looks like the only reference to tier 2 and tier 3, or a reason for having the tiers, are down in section D6, dealing with stacking lanes. And I think what we heard from public testimony was, is there something in tier 2 or tier 3 that ought to generate more scrutiny, more public involvement, and maybe even a decision by a governing body? So again, I'm being a little crass when I say, so what? But so what?
Well, Mayor, members of the council, what we're missing in the current code is we don't define the width of a drive-through. We don't define a width of an escape lane. We don't require a minimum stacking capacity in our code. So this is what's that's the, in my opinion, that's the so what. We don't require that queuing exhibit to show us demonstrate that you can fit those vehicles there. We just have words that say, do these things. But now we have defined standards that here's some dimensional things you have to show how it works. As I mentioned to you on the hearing in August, I can't come up with standards to mitigate an in and out 50 cars. It's impossible. And like I said, as we've talked over the last year about this, we all know things are popular and they slow down. We all know drive-throughs aren't going anyway. And so we try to prevent bad things from happening through zoning codes. And this to me is above and beyond what I've seen in other places, other jurisdictions on what we've looked at. I feel pretty good at where it's at today. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's code. This isn't set in stone. So let's say, for example, council says, Bill, you're the drive-through king. We love it. We're going to approve it as is tonight. And someone complains and they don't like it. Someone can change the code.
Yeah.
You can have staff change code. It's something where I don't know if we'll ever get it right, but we don't know unless we try sometimes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
something to council to chew on, maybe staff to chew on. So tier one's all administrative. Okay, that's an easy one. I guess kind of where I'm sitting is, okay, tier two, kind of following our traditional process. That, I think I can understand that. But tier three, regardless, goes and has a public hearing, either at planning and zoning or the city council. So that way, the more intense use, the more it triggers that either planning and zoning or city council public hearing involvement. And sometimes we're going to see traditional tier twos before our planning and zoning commission. Again, Taco John's isn't in town, so I'll just pick them. Taco John's moves all the way out to the outskirts of town. They buy a huge lot. They're going to put a Taco John's in. They're not touching anybody. Administratively, nobody's impacted. Great, move on. But again, Taco John's wants to do 3 stacking lanes. Doesn't matter that they're going to be out in the middle of nowhere. It still would constitute a public hearing either before the Planning and Zoning Commission or us. I guess that's kind of where my head is. I don't know if that works for council. I don't know if that works for staff. But I kind of, the way I'm looking at it is the greater the use, the more it should constitute a public hearing.
With potato olays and choco tacos, I completely agree.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Council President Cavanagh, when we first started this system, my understanding was that the reason we built these tiers was so that the highest tier 3 heaviest use would be the ones that would come in front of us. Just because it's a very limited number of drive-throughs, but it's the one that have the heaviest impacts wherever they're at. I'm okay with that.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just maybe add to the last couple of comments, if that's okay. I mean, we really are here to serve at the pleasure. We've taken feedback, working with the UDC focus group. You tell us, it's not on the table tonight, but we've talked before about the Planning and Zoning Commission being the ones to have these public hearings. If you want to change the code, it's your code. You want all those drive-throughs to come to council, that's within your purview. Again, that's not noticed tonight, but that's the type of direction staff's willing to take. So I appreciate the sentiment. If it works for staff, we work for you and the community. So you tell us what the standards are and we'll administer them. This is what we thought we were hearing, and Bill's tried to represent that here, but tweaks or however you want it to read, we certainly can make that happen.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up to that.
Councilman Overton.
Trust me, I appreciate Caleb, Bill, everything you guys do, and I know that your heart's in making this the best process. But we've had 2 tier 3 drive-throughs. The first one was approved at the P&Z level and only came in front of us as an appeal. But the belief was that it was an entitlement, and even some that I think weren't in total agreement with it didn't believe we could turn it down because we didn't have the right argument to turn it down, and it's about to have its grand opening. The second one P&Z turned it down. And then it was appealed to us and we unanimously backed up planning and zoning. I guess my issue is that's a lot of pressure that we put on planning and zoning on a tier 3 drive-through to make the right call every time. And I'd much rather have us as the council be the backup to good job, good call. We agree. I know it causes a more delay.
Well, and that's where I was going to go actually is, my thinking was from what I've seen, experience, drive-throughs, not just those two, but drive-throughs as a general rule have been some of your biggest challenges. And the more you put this down, the longer it takes to get through the process. Now, there's sometimes there's a good part of that, but if it's truly about whether it should or should not exist, you actually speed up the process and make it easier for everybody to do it once and do it here. Yeah, I don't know how that relates to everything else that P&Z does when they look at things, if necessary. But in my opinion, you actually do everyone a favor by bringing it here and having that, because the noticing is no different. The timeline doesn't take any more. And it does eliminate the appeal by either side on the issue one way or the other. So it gets to the resolution as quickly or sooner, in my opinion. And you know, whether it's a Wiener Schnitzel or a coffee place or Taco John, you know, these are all the issues that you're really have been struggling with is when it's around a drive-through in the commercial areas.
And if I can, Mr. Mayor, respond. And again, we can add that to our next round of code changes potentially and go through this process and, you know, see if that's where we want to go. I've heard that again is something we can change and have it skip P&Z and go right to council with a recommendation from staff. You know, and that even add another layer of that could be for tier 2 or only tier 3s. We could still have them look at tier 2 and council look at tier 3. Again, there's options here, depending on how you want to sort of slice that. So good feedback. That's not tonight. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that because that is a separate section of a code that we haven't noticed the public on that we're going to change. There's a table that talks about who has roles and responsibilities and decision-making authority that we would need to notice and have that. But we'll add it to the list and we can talk about that for drive-throughs. Can a little bit, be careful what you ask for. You'll see a lot of them where you're going to have no one in the, you know, here in the audience, but that's fine. We write the staff report, we do the analysis.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So it sounds like then really the only, come back to us on, again, the flow of who would review drive-throughs. That's a future conversation, preferably sooner rather than later. For what's before us tonight, planning, the public hearing's still open. So, Mr. Mayor, unless there's anyone else that wants to provide any additional public testimony, I move that we close the public hearing on UDC text amendment DOA-2025-0001.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm going to move that we approve the proposed changes to the UDC text amendment with one addition, which is to remove the strike through on number 3, that remove drive-throughs from being permitted in the Old Town Zone.
I have a motion and a second to approve ZOA 2025-0001 with an amendment. Is there discussion? Okay, if not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. With that, we'll move on to item 10, which is ordinance number 25-2100. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance annexing a parcel of land located in the southeast quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 34, Township 4 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho. More particularly described in Exhibit A, rezoning 5.545 acres of such real property from RUT to IL zoning district. directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries in the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
move that we approve ordinance number 25-2100.
I have a motion second to approve ordinance number 25-2100. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics, or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we adjourn our meeting.
Second?
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.